Hello, everyone, and welcome to a special edition of the ATACS podcast that was actually recorded before ATACS was an official thing. This was recorded on October 22nd, 2016, and I wanted to provide this intro because you will find no mention of ATACS in the normal recording, so I wanted to explain exactly what this was. This is entitled Ranking of Zeldas, where a lot of the ATACS crew and I, as it sounds, debated, argued, and ultimately came up with an ordered list of what we thought were the best, or more accurately, our favorite Zelda games. It's a list of 15 games, and the panel includes myself, who is Flex, along with Ryan, Paul, Nate, and Garrison. We hope you enjoy listening. Thanks. Hello and welcome. We are here today to rank some more video games. This time we are ranking the Legend of Zelda franchise. All of the Zelda games, the games we have already determined, we will rank from best to worst, as we see fit. Before we get started, I will introduce today's panel of scientists. I am, if you want to call it that, hosting this ordeal. I am Justin. To my left is Paul.
Hello.
We also have joining us Garrison.
Yo.
And we also have Nathan.
Hey, that's me.
And we have Ryan, aka Turgar.
Hey.
So, to start this off, it makes most sense to go ahead and read off all of these Zelda games in contention. We have 15 games to rank, and I will read them off in order of chronological release date. And I'll go ahead and say up front, I'm not going to say The Legend of Zelda a million times, so if I ever say The Legend of Zelda, I'm referring to Zelda 1, and I may just say Zelda 1. Otherwise, I'm going to use subtitles. So, in order of release date, we have The Legend of Zelda. We have Zelda 2, The Adventure of Link. A Link to the Past. We have Link's Awakening. Ocarina of Time. Majora's Mask. Oracle of Ages. Oracle of Seasons. The Wind Waker. The Minish Cap. Twilight Princess. Phantom Hourglass. Spirit Tracks. Skyward Sword. And A Link Between Worlds.
All right.
I'm not as tongue-tied after reading these as I was the Mario games.
Yeah. I think we should have made him read The Legend of Zelda for all of those, just to see what happened.
Not doing it. All right. We're going to use a similar format to last time, but maybe with some tweaks. But either way, I'm going to let Ryan talk about how this is going to go before we start going at each other's throats.
Yeah, and before we do that, do you want to mention the games which are excluded from the list?
Oh, sure. We didn't even consider things like Link's crossbow training, because screw that.
Or the Philips CDI games; those are also not on this list.
Yeah.
Too bad.
What are those games?
That would have been an easy bottom tier.
Oh man, we'll have to show you after the CDI games. They're a thing of beauty.
The ones we kind of considered, I guess it was the 2 Four Swords games and the Triforce Heroes,
Right.
which are kind of weird multiplayer offshoots. But they do have like lore and story stuff that apparently plays into the timeline, so we could have included those, but we elected not to.
I've got the big green book, so you know.
Me too.
Yeah, we can rank the Zelda timeline.
Yeah.
Best timeline to worst timeline.
Oh boy.
That's not happening, sir.
But yeah, we decided to exclude those in effort of focusing on kind of the single player Zelda campaigns for comparison purposes, because those other ones are just kind of weird. They don't fit in quite as well. Which, looking at this list of single player games, some of these are kind of weird too.
Spirit Tracks.
But anyway, yeah. So these are the 15 we're working with. They're the ones that made the most sense.
All right, well, I guess I will take it away with the format then.
Mhm.
So for anyone who listened to our Mario discussion, we use the term buckets,
No more buckets.
to talk about the top and bottom tier of games. In this case, we're just going to say tiers, like we should have to begin with. But yeah, the format of this discussion, what we're going to do is, starting with the bottom tier, we're going to go around and each of the five of us is going to pick a game to put in the bottom tier. And once we have a list, an adequately sized list of games, and everybody's had a chance to make at least one nomination, we'll start fighting it out. So I hope that everybody has brought their 4 bottles full of fairies and their red armor.
I got my heart pieces right here.
Yeah, and their 20 hearts.
I got 21.
Cheater.
I guess with no further
sweet
ado.
hacks. One further clarification. Since we have 15 games, it's kind of makes sense that each tier would be roughly 5, but these things will, of course, can be reordered as we go.
Sure.
Right. And I wouldn't say that they necessarily have to be 5.
No, me either.
Each tier.
But that's kind of our rough starting point.
Right.
So without further ado, would anybody like to make the first nomination? Kind of drop some bombs.
I think Garrison gets to make the first nomination here.
All right. Maybe a bit of a controversial choice. Maybe not. I don't know. But of the ones I played, probably have to nominate Squidward Sword.
All right. So,
All right.
The Legend of Zelda
Wow.
Skyward Sword moving into the bottom tier.
I'm glad you did that, because that was going to be mine, so I get to pick something else.
Which I still like. I love that game. The bad parts of that game are really bad.
No, that game's bottom tier. I agree.
Wow.
All right, we're gonna get somebody else
No
nominate.
dispute. Yeah, no disputing.
Justin, why don't you go ahead and go next, since you got your game taken? Think quick on your feet.
Zelda 2.
Zelda 2,
Put
The
it
Adventure
down
of
there.
Link,
Yes.
moving into the bottom tier. Who wants to go next?
I will go because the clear
'Cause
bottom tier Zelda game is Spirit Tracks.
Well, The Legend of Zelda Spirit Tracks nominated for the bottom tier. All right.
Why don't you take it away?
I'll certainly go next with what I think is a very uncontroversial choice. Legend of Zelda Majora's Mask to the bottom tier.
All right. And Ryan, finish us off here.
All right, I'm going to
Wait,
go with.
we shouldn't have made Ryan go last.
Gonna go
He's going to
with
pick something crazy.
Minish Cap.
The Legend of Zelda The Minish Cap wrongfully goes into the bottom tier.
Like I said.
I'm already kind of amazed at the games that are getting nominated here.
I feel like part of the thing is that like even the worst Zelda game is still really good.
With 2 exceptions.
I might say
Yeah.
with 4 exceptions.
No,
don't know,
exactly 2 exceptions.
I feel like there's more variance in Zelda than Mario, but you're right. I mean, I can't think of a Zelda game. Well, maybe 1 or 2.
Yeah, I
that
think
I've
Mario's
played.
more consistent because Mario games are, I think, more similar to each other. I think there's more variation in like some of the styles of these Zelda games that could make them more contentious or divisive, I guess I should say. All right.
Okay.
Oh man. Well,
The only one of those I strongly disagree with is the Minish Cap.
And I was going to say that's probably the one that I have the biggest issue with in the bottom tier, because I really enjoyed Minish Cap and I thought it was a very well made game.
enjoyed the Minish Cap as well.
well,
Yeah, I would probably not have Minish Cap or Skyward Sword in the bottom tier.
yeah, I'm gonna second the Skyward Sword. That is quite the bomb.
I feel
Am I
very
really the only one who-
strongly about Skyward Sword going in the bottom tier.
Okay,
Am I the only one who's going to defend Majora's Mask?
I have not played Majora's
Probably.
Mask, so I can't help you there.
Yeah, you might be alone on this one.
You might be.
So I feel like, well,
Majora's
I
Mask
don't
is
know.
better than Skyward Sword. I'll put that out there.
Thank you. I'll take it.
I don't know. I mean,
Man.
Majora's Mask, it had two things going against it. I mean, one of it is it followed Ocarina of Time, which everyone really enjoyed. But also it introduced some really strange gameplay systems, which people feel very strongly about those systems. So
I do feel strongly. I strongly love it.
Majora's Mask earns points for being like weird and trying different things, which some of the Zeldas get into trouble by not trying different things. I don't think everything Majora's Mask tries works, and I think it has some other problems. Like, I don't think its dungeons are the strongest in the series, and it doesn't have a lot of dungeons. It also just reused a lot of Ocarina of Time assets and stuff, so like there's it can feel kind of lazy in that regard, and it's also, I think it was made in like a year. So it was churned out pretty quickly. And some of the time stuff can be like a hassle to deal with, like going back to the start of those 3 days. But some of the ideas it does can be pretty neat. Like, I give it props for that.
I think in terms of atmosphere, it is like unparalleled in like any video game ever. Like just the way it presents the world and the change over the 3 days, like that game alone like deserves to be above bottom tier just for that.
Well, I mean,
it has really good music.
It does.
It does have good music, and you know, I could see it maybe sliding out of the bottom tier to be at the very bottom of the middle tier. I mean, I could see it getting replaced with something like, I don't know. I didn't really enjoy, or I don't really think that Oracle of Ages or Oracle of Seasons are going to be one of the top games. So if one of those two came down into the bottom tier and Majora's Mask went up to the middle tier, I wouldn't really argue about that too much.
Yeah, Majora's Mask, I'm not like adamant has to be bottom tier.
Is anyone adamantly bottom tier Majora's Mask? Nathan?
Who selected it?
I did. Which part of me thinks that yes, it's probably somewhere near the bottom, but I'm also not trying to beat it down to be number 15. So if there's a opinion or consensus that maybe it should move up to be, number 9, okay, fine, it could be number 9 just to get it out of the bottom tier. But I don't think it's the shining example of what a good Zelda game can be.
No, like that's kind of what it comes down to me as well. Is like there are a lot of good Zelda games, so like it's lower on my list by virtue of me liking a lot of other Zelda games more. So that's why I say I'm not like adamant that it has to be in the bottom tier, but I think there are a lot of games that are better that I like way better than it.
Right.
And I also think it's better than some of these other. I also think Majora's Mask is way better than some of these other nominations we have here.
Well, maybe we put that one to the side until we've hashed out some of the other ones. But one thing that Paul mentioned that I think we'll see as a consistent theme in this discussion is that Ocarina of Time cast a long shadow on the Zelda franchise, and it colors, I think, a lot of people's opinions of the next 3 to 5 Zelda games, which includes Majora's Mask, Twilight Princess, and Wind Waker in particular.
Yeah, I think you're definitely right about that.
So
that being said, I just don't think that Majora's Mask is a great game. I think it has a lot of weird problems.
Yeah,
and I think you're wrong.
So why don't we go through some of the other nominations and maybe consider...
at some point we're going to need to hear the problems Nate has with it more specifically.
Yeah, well, for me it basically comes down to I know Garrison talked about the atmosphere, and I think the atmosphere of the city and the change over time is really cool, but I felt like that world itself was so stapled together and didn't really feel like a world outside of the city. And Justin mentioned, I just don't think that the dungeon or dungeon design or any of that stuff is very good. I definitely remember multiple times in that game getting turned around in dungeons and having to like go back to the start of a dungeon and restart things because I missed something or didn't understand something, and that doesn't happen in most Zelda games, or really any of the other Zelda games.
That's where the the time structure of that game can become a real big hindrance. Is like if you're in a dungeon puzzling stuff out, which a lot of all the Zelda games have very puzzly dungeons, but this Majora's Mask punishes you more because it puts you on a clock for everything. So if you're
which is interesting, but yeah, it can cause problems. That being said, I wouldn't say I have to have it in the bottom tier. That's just those problems for me made me not enjoy that game overall. At least not nearly like most Zelda games, which most of them I love.
So it sounds to me like Garrison really wants Majora's Mask to move out of the bottom tier, and no one is extremely hell-bent on keeping it there. So, and I mean, just to add one little thought I had on Majora's Mask, you talk about the dungeons getting turned around, also the time thing. For me, that was a bit anxiety-inducing, knowing that I had a time limit to figure something out. So that made the game more difficult than maybe it should have been, because I was like, oh God, what time is it? How does this puzzle work? And then I just would, end up putting it down. So I think that's kind of something else that the timing aspect sort of brings into play. But
where the timing aspect works, I think, is like in all the interactions with the townsfolk, figuring out their routines. So, like, to me, that's always been the split with Majora's Mask. Is I think the dungeons and like exploring the overworld and kind of the standard Zelda stuff, I think, is by comparison pretty poor against a lot of the other Zelda games. But I think it's more side content in like running around the town and figuring out their routines and like finding all the masks and the ways to use those masks. I think that stuff ends up being fairly interesting. So then it kind of comes like that to me is the split. It's like the quote unquote standard Zelda stuff I think is below par compared to the other Zelda games, but then it has some more interesting side stuff because of its structure.
Yeah.
So here's what I might say. We could sit here and we could probably debate Majora's Mask for 3 hours as I slowly push it to top tier. But maybe if we can think of if we can agree to push it to at least middle tier for now, and then put a different game bottom tier, we can kind of focus on other games for a little bit. And then I will come back and further defend Majora's Mask, and that way we kind of break it up and we don't get Majora's Mask exhaustion.
Yeah, I think pulling it out of the bottom tier, as Paul was saying, like no one seems adamant that it's bottom tier.
Yeah. So I would propose putting Oracle of Seasons into the bottom tier to take Majora's Mask's place. I think it's a pretty safe bet that those two games will be somewhere near the bottom. So does anyone have any major issue with Oracle of Seasons moving to the bottom tier?
So what's the scoop on ages versus seasons?
The weird thing there, so like from my viewpoint, those games are like they're clearly different games, but their strengths and weaknesses are so similar that like it's hard for me to imagine those two games not being side by side on this list.
Right.
Well, and my only, and we can certainly talk about it whenever we get into it, but Aegis has better dungeons, I feel like. Seasons has more combat, but I don't really think that those handheld Zelda games, combat's not really where those games have strengths at. So in my head, Aegis is above Seasons, but you're right, they probably will be close. I just don't see another game on this list that can move down to the bottom tier without also causing a great deal of wailing and gnashing of teeth.
What about Phantom Hourglass?
Phantom Hourglass. That's what I was going to say.
I will second the Phantom Hourglass movement.
All right. Then
I would put the Oracle games in before Phantom Hourglass for sure in the bottom tier.
I have one incredibly strong argument that Phantom Hourglass should go in the bottom tier.
All right.
Pan Flute.
You're not wrong.
That is the single worst moment I've ever had in a Zelda game, period. That thing is garbage. That thing
Can you
does not
refresh
work.
my memory on the pan flute? Because I played Phantom Hourglass, but that does not ring a bell for me.
There's this flute you get, and I don't know how many times you have to use it, but you basically have to blow into the DS microphone to get it to work.
Oh.
And it does not, it never worked for me. Never worked. Like, every time I had to do that in the game, I had to sit there and fight with that stupid microphone for like 15 minutes. It was the worst. I've never, like, even outside of the Zelda games, I've rarely been so frustrated with a video game. That thing drove me nuts.
Yeah, I mean, you're not wrong that that thing is not good, but I think that game has a lot of other strengths that go beyond the sort of more by-the-book Zelda that the Oracle games present.
So on the Phantom Hourglass topic, I haven't played the Oracle games, but Phantom Hourglass to me falls in the bucket of, like, I didn't hate it. I actually did enjoy it, but I liked every other Zelda game I played better.
That's the rest of Phantom Hourglass for me as well. Like, even ignoring the pan flute that didn't work, and also the stupid map puzzle where you had to close your DS, that was also really bad. Those two actually kind of go hand in hand because, like, that game had a lot of stuff that, like, was very gimmicky on the DS hardware.
It did, but it also had some stuff that it gained from on the DS, I thought.
Are you talking about the touchscreen controls?
Yeah, I like the touchscreen controls. I thought were good, and
but
having
were
the
they
extra
better
screen.
Than buttons?
I don't know that they were better than buttons. I won't go that far, but I like having the second screen. I liked having the map you could draw on.
I liked being able to draw on the map. I will give it that. But yeah,
I think it had some benefits from the DS as well as some things where they overreached for the DS a little bit.
Yeah, I don't think all the touchscreen controls worked very well, and then the flute and the that map puzzle, I think, were just bad.
Go ahead.
Sorry,
go ahead. No, I was just gonna say I've never seen you have as big of a conniption as you did with that close the DS and open it back up puzzle.
That was the word. That was like, if that game didn't have the pan flute in it to rail against, that closing the DS puzzle, I'd gone on a tirade for that thing because that thing was real bad.
Well, I mean, my recollection is that you closed the DS to go look on GameFAQs. You just couldn't figure it out.
And it wasn't from lack of trying. I was staring at that puzzle for like 20, 30 minutes and eventually gave up, closed the DS to go look it up on GameFAQs, and then GameFAQs said the solution is to close your DS, and I was like, oh, great. Now I feel like an idiot.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure the words coming out of your room after that caused us to wipe and wow. So, you know.
But even past all of that stuff, which I think is not great, like what Ryan said, like I think at its best it's like a good, like, meat and potatoes Zelda game that doesn't necessarily even do anything to stand out. It's like, it's not a bad game, like, ignoring that other stuff, but it's I still think all of these other games I enjoy more.
So, do you think that the Oracle games, for you at least, are a better sort of meat and potatoes Zelda game?
Absolutely.
Like, do you think the fundamentals of those are stronger? Because I remember enjoying the fundamentals of Phantom Hourglass more than those games.
That's crazy. No, like I think Paul was saying that combat in the 2D Zeldas is not the best, and I'll agree with that. But 2D Zelda combat with buttons is a billion times better than 2D Zelda combat with touchscreen. And the Oracle games also have both more and better dungeons than Phantom Hourglass did. Like, I don't think the dungeons in I think the dungeons in Phantom Hourglass are on par with the dungeons in Spirit Tracks. Like, those two games are similar in that regard. Phantom Hourglass has a better overworld than Spirit Tracks, but the dungeons are similar. And I don't think the dungeons in either of those games are the series' strongest efforts. And going back to that, what is that? You have to go back to the same dungeon multiple times as well.
You do have to go back to that tower, and it's like those weird stealth sequences, which a lot of people didn't like. I kind of enjoyed those, but a lot of people don't like that, so I can accept if people don't like that. But I thought it was kind of a neat way to go back through the same sorts of challenges, and there were always these shortcuts with all the new items you've gotten to get through it. And it was kind of a neat, like, progression for me.
Yeah, that was a more mild complaint for me. Like, if that was the only gripe I had against Phantom Hourglass, that would be fine. Right. It's just kind of like the final feather on the camel's back, I guess.
Right. Well, it sounds like I'm pretty much on my own in thinking Phantom Hourglass should be above the Oracle games. Is that the correct?
I didn't play Phantom Hourglass enough to really have an opinion. I really enjoy the Oracle games, but I feel like I'm not really qualified to say much between what's better because I just didn't play enough of Phantom Hourglass. But I really enjoy Oracle.
Well, if you played and liked Oracles and didn't like Phantom Hourglass enough to finish it, then maybe that says something.
But I played I think an hour of Phantom Hourglass, and that was about it. So.
Phantom Hourglass also Twilight Princess kind of started this, but Phantom Hourglass was to me the game where the Switch really went into effect that started this years-long trend of Zelda games just having really tedious, boring, between dungeon segments that were very fetch questy. Like, Phantom Hourglass, Spirit Tracks, and Skyward Sword all have this problem of just any time you're doing stuff between dungeons just being mind-numbingly dull. And Phantom Hourglass is one of those three. Like, it's a lot of, hey, go here, talk to this person, get this thing, and just kind of meandering around an overworld that's not really populated enough. In the Oracle, like if we're comparing to the Oracle games, like those games have cool secrets to find and cool stuff to do in the overworld. Like the combat's great. I also think the Oracle games, their strength is, like a lot of these games, their dungeons are just really good, and they have a lot of dungeons. They have I think 8 dungeons each, and they're really good dungeons. I think if that's our fight, I strongly vote for Phantom Hourglass in the bottom.
It sounds like the consensus is that the Oracle games should be above Phantom Hourglass, with me being the one exception, and that's not a big enough difference to me that I'm willing to sit here and fight all of you for that. So let's do that.
More time that can be spent fighting over Majora's Mask.
Yeah, we're banking that time for later. There are going to be bigger fights too.
The next game, one of the next games on the list, which is Skyward Sword. So I think we have three other games. So before we go on to Minish Cap or Skyward Sword, does anybody have any strong opinions that the Spirit Tracks should not be in the bottom tier?
Does anybody think that Spirit Tracks should not be number 15?
Me.
Okay.
I mean, I think it should be 14.
It should be number 14.
Yeah.
So are you unanimous bottom 2 or what? Spirit Tracks and Zelda 2, right?
Yes.
I wouldn't be unanimous on the Zelda 2.
Yes.
Damn it, Ryan.
Oh yeah, I guess Zelda 2
is not better than Mario Galaxy.
Objection.
You are error.
Anywho, so I would like to go ahead and touch on the why is the Skyward Sword in the bottom tier?
Skyward Sword's in the bottom tier because it's a bad Zelda game. I was about to say bad game. I have to think about that for a second, but it's definitely a bad Zelda game.
I nominated it, but I'd also say, for me, it's not a bad game. I haven't played a bunch of the Zelda games I think are the ones I would rank lower. So for me, I had some major issues with it, but there are also a lot of things I really, really love with it. So I personally would be okay with it not being bottom tier, but maybe not enough to really fight hard for it.
This is. It sounds like Spirit Tracks and Zelda 2. People also agree with bottom tier. Skyward Sword's the only other one that I feel adamant is a bottom tier one.
So again, honestly, I'm extremely surprised because I thought I might have to fight to get it into the top tier because it's one of my favorites. But I did not expect that I would have to fight to keep Skyward Sword out of the bottom tier. That's a huge surprise to me.
It's definitely not a bottom tier game for me.
For me, it's almost like it's two different games. Because there's the game with the, is it the Ancient Cistern? Is that the dungeon, which was so amazing? but it's also the game with the tad tones, and it's really hard to reconcile those two things. Like, the Sister are my favorite Zelda dungeon of all time, but the tad tones might be my least favorite Zelda experience of all time.
Yeah, that game has some pretty bad stuff
What are these
in
tad
it,
tones?
Tad tones?
In the water area.
Your third going to the water area.
Have I suppressed this horrible memory?
Yeah, so you know how that game has, 3 main areas that you go back to way too many times?
Yes, I do.
So the final time you go to the water area, there's some mini game, and
yes.
If I'm remembering this wrong, where you have to go around the water area and collect all these.
I forgot what
things.
they were called, but that's one of my points I have written down is the stupid water collectibles.
Yeah.
That's real bad.
Literally, that game does well until you go back to each of the areas for the third time.
So this is my main. So I have multiple things that I do not like about Skyward Sword, but that is my main one. Is that all of the overworld tasks are completely none of them are fun, and the fact that you go back to these same 3 areas over and over again. And every time you go back, the task they have you do is worse than the last one, which already wasn't great. So, you're going back to do things like these water collectibles, or you're doing, some weird mountain sequence where you're dodging cannonballs firing at you. I don't even remember what it was, but it's you're just going back and doing these really, really rote activities that don't really fit well in the Zelda control scheme and framework. That also has the effect of, to me, Skyward Sword... It's the longest Zelda game in terms of the hours in it, which I think that game really, really, really drags in the back third or more. And I think it's one of the only Zelda games that drags, probably because of its length. But despite its length, it feels like the smallest Zelda game to me because there are only 3 areas, and they're not connected, so you have to work between them. So it feels like they made 3 levels that you just go to over and over again. And the only real quote-unquote overworld it has is the rocks in the sky, and that stuff is really not meaningful at all. I think everything outside of the dungeons in that game is just not interesting to any degree. I think comparing to every other Zelda game, every other Zelda game except maybe Spirit Tracks has a better overworld that's more fun to engage with. I think Skyward Sword loses one of the key things of a Zelda game by basically just not having anything worthwhile in the overworld.
So I mean, I haven't played Skyward Sword, but is there any argument to be made that the control scheme with the Wii Motion Plus is annoying or doesn't work well?
I think it's bad.
Okay, because I did play Twilight Princess on Wii, and I actually bounced off of it. Not because the game was necessarily bad, but because I had issues with the Wii control scheme. And if Skyward Sword had anything similar to that control scheme for Twilight Princess, I mean, I could see that being a legitimate argument to keep it down, even though it may not be fair to beat on a game because of the console it's on. I still feel like that, that was a big factor for me bouncing off Twilight Princess was I don't want to waggle a Wiimote to play this game. I'm just going to not play this game, and I'll just go play something else. Even if it's a really good game, I hated that control setup.
Well, actually, I mean, I would disagree. I felt like that was a strength of Skyward Sword.
Okay.
I mean, I have points to make. I guess are we is the consensus to keep this one in the bottom tier? Because I will be happy to try to argue it.
No, I think you should make your points so that we can figure out where this goes.
All right. Well, so, and I guess we haven't talked about spoilers because, the Zelda games do actually have stories.
We're going to be spoiling stuff. I think that's going to be
try not to go to, I'm going to try not to spoil everything, but just to warn any of our listeners, they're very well.
I think it's ultimately going to be unavoidable. You don't have to spoil stuff unnecessarily, but, if it's pertinent to the discussion, we're just going to have to spoil stuff.
Yeah, just spoil away.
Yeah, so, Skyward Sword to me, Zelda has different appeals for different people, and, one of the things that I do like about certain Zelda games more than others is, the story and, design. Mm-hmm. And to me, Skyward Sword had the best. except maybe Ocarina. Like Skyward Sword had kind of the best story and design overall. Like just the kind of the kind of reboot of the character designs, like the costumes, like the setting, like it was really bright and sunny, like Skyloft. Story-wise, it might have been a bit of an odd thing, but I felt like they supported all of the story elements really well, and they kind of made that the canonical like starting point of the Zelda universe. Which they did some really funny things with it, like Zelda is like your next door neighbor, and she kind of throws you off Skyloft in the first like 10 minutes of the game, which was pretty cool. But I felt like in terms of design, that one grabbed me the most. I really dug the like bright sunny atmosphere. I felt like the gameplay clicked a lot with that. Like the skydiving was really satisfying. Like and they just had like a good feel on the way it fit into that kind of like sunny like land in the sky setting, and some of the other gameplay mechanics that kind of synergized with that. I guess also like skipping ahead a little bit. I mean, I liked the gameplay, and I want to circle back to that, but skipping ahead a little bit, like I felt like the story in that Zelda game like was one of the more consistently interesting ones, leading all the way up to the final battle, which was just super epic. And like I was expecting that to kind of peter out, because a lot of games will, even if you enjoy them throughout, like they can't always wrap it up well. But I felt like Skyward Sword had one of the best, if not the best, like ending segments in terms of just story and like having a fun final battle. So yeah, I mean that all clicked with me really well. I mean, I do agree that the back third of the game was totally unnecessary. It felt like they just kind of stuck it in, and it did make it drag a little bit. But other than that, and the fact that every time you started back up and got collectibles, those two things I do agree were really annoying, but they didn't really break the game for me. Like, and Paul was talking about the control scheme. Like, to me, that actually, I was really skeptical going into the game, because like he said, like, playing Twilight Princess, I played that game twice, and playing it on the Wii wasn't like an amazing experience. Like, flicking the controller to like swing your sword felt like a huge nuisance. But in Skyward Sword, I felt like they actually made it work, and they made it work really well, in a way that I was not expecting at all. Like, whenever you move the Wiimote to one side or the other, like Link usually did a pretty good job of like following your remote. And then they also had like 2 or 3 like really good like sword fight bosses where they played into that, like the Girahim fights. Like, I remember when I first had those, I was like, wow. I was like, this is super cool, like I'm trying to swing at this guy horizontally and he's like parrying me vertically. So like I'm having to try and figure out like how I can swing the Wiimote around to like, maybe tap his sword on one side and then see if I can quickly slash him from the other side. Like, it just felt like, like for those kind of motion controls, just like it was one of the few times playing with motion controls that I actually was having fun, was throughout Skyward Sword, like using the sword in Skyward Sword. So those are some like really, really winning points of Skyward Sword for me, which actually makes it one of my favorite Zelda games overall.
Yeah, I think I'm on the same page as you on a lot of that stuff. I do think that game looks awesome. I think that the characters and sort of the motivations they have and the development of everything throughout that game and the story is a strong point for sure. I did like the controls. I know not everybody did, but I'm with you. I thought it was different and felt cool most of the time. And now I'm guessing Justin probably wants to tear us apart on that.
Well, let me also just jump in and like say I too also generally agree with all that, and like the game had flaws, but the stuff it did well, for me, I think at least it really did well, and the controls worked for me, and I really enjoyed the story, and the characters are really good, developed in a way that Zelda characters often aren't.
Right.
Like Groose was. Who would have thought that Groose would become like one of my favorite characters in that game?
Groose was a dumbass.
Yeah, absolutely. Like,
but he was great still.
They actually developed that character, which, some of the Zelda games to me really fall short in that, like they have kind of the semblance of a story, but then it just ends up being kind of a, more like a backdrop or kind of a hollow echo.
Yeah.
And Twilight Princess, I felt like, and you kind of see this in the community as well with games that people really grab onto the story, like, and that they really actually, I'm often not a huge fan of like when they kind of go back and set like a starting point in a continuity or kind of work in a story, but I felt like, the way they did that actually makes sense in the context of like all the previous Zelda games, which is really impressive that they were able to pull that off from like a story perspective.
Yeah, absolutely.
I do agree that the game dragged, but for me, by that point, it's like, here's a tedious like extra 5 hours tacked on to the end of the game that they really should have just not put in there. But like the rest of the game and the ending carried it well enough that it didn't, like destroy the experience for me. It just kind of like, it was just kind of like mildly annoying.
That one for me was more of, it felt like 20 hours dragged on too long, which actually made by the time I got to the ending segment, which was really epic, I was so ready to be done with that game that like it did not make, like, regardless of how good the ending was, it did not justify that back third of the game. Like I was just so ready to get it off my plate. It's like, I don't care what's happening, just get this thing over with. I need to be done with this. That said, the strengths of Skyward Sword is, I'm not going to say everything about it's bad, because there are things that I do like about Skyward Sword. I do think the story is one of the best in the series in its presentation, and I think like visually, it's probably my second favorite looking Zelda game. So it looks great, the soundtrack's great, like all of that stuff, and the story stuff comes together well. The controls, when they work, are interesting. When they don't work, they are infuriating. And the thing with controls is, if you cannot rely on them to work 100% of the time, that's a big problem. Like, you need to be able to rely. I actually wish Paul had played this game, because knowing your preferences, or knowing like the ways you get annoyed with these kind of things, I think you would be very. I think Paul would be way more frustrated with controls than even I got. But like, when it works, it's like this thing of like, oh, the enemy's pausing, blocking on one side, so you need to swing on the other side. Like, that's kind of what the combat boils down to, which is kind of interesting, but I also don't think that's necessarily amazing. And there are a lot of times when, like, the calibration gets off, or, like, something gets just off enough that it, like, loses tracking of where you're at. And whenever, like, even if it's a minor thing of, like, oh, I swung and it didn't detect it, let me, like, hold my arm out, recenter it, and then swing again, and it's fine, because, like, they make the game pretty easy. They make it really forgiving, because they know there are going to be those mishaps. So, like, these mishaps don't cause you to, like, lose when you otherwise would have won, but it just makes a lot of the interactions not feel as smooth as they could be. And, like, it made me constantly second-guessing my motions, and whenever I was in combat, I was always thinking more about the technology and, like, making sure I was lined up properly and, like, hooked in with that stuff more than I was the actual gameplay and the combat and the strategy and that kind of stuff. It was more of making, like, okay, is this Wii technology working properly, and fighting with that more than I was thinking of the other things. And, like, even when it worked right, I don't even know that was, I would necessarily say that was more fun than buttons. And then when it didn't work right, it was incredibly frustrating.
I mean, I went in with the expectation that that would be a problem, and going into a game more conscious of it will make you more sensitive to that thing, that kind of thing. And I was actually pleasantly surprised. I mean, I'm not going to say that it never happened or bothered me, but like you said, I mean, the game in general, like Zelda games, usually aren't super punishing anyway, and they definitely, I think, gave you a little more leeway in Skyward Sword. But yeah, I mean, I went in kind of consciously expecting it to be a bad experience, and I don't remember it being, it very rarely was a sticking point to me. And like I said, for me, like the fact that it did work and it worked really well, was, and I mean, there were times where, yeah, maybe it wasn't that innovative, but it still was more fun to me than like, doing like dodge rolls in Twilight Princess trying to get behind an enemy. Like it was more fun like trying to hit the enemy from the correct side or at the correct angle in Skyward Sword. Like that sword fighting combat, especially in some of the boss fights where you're actually like having these like duels, was way more interesting in a lot of cases than some of the other Zelda combats have been. But I guess, like, is the consensus for now, with the exception of Flex, possibly to move this game out of the bottom tier?
I definitely would.
I mean, I have a hard time replacing it with any of the other games. So I guess I'll be on Justin's side to keep it in the bottom tier, but it sounds like it's 3 versus 2, so we can go ahead and let the democratic process play out, and we can bump that one up to the middle tier. But now we get into the discussion of what to bring down, or if we just want to leave the bottom tier at 4 games for now until we start to actually rank these.
So which games are we've got Zelda 2, Minish Cap, Phantom Hourglass, and Spirit Tracks?
I think Minish Cap should be in the middle tier as well.
Yes.
I mean, like Oracle of Ages, Oracle of Seasons, Link's Awakening, Minish Cap. Those are all handheld games, and I would put Minish Cap above at least Ages and Seasons, and I'd put it below Link's Awakening.
I'd put it above all of those.
I mean, Minish Cap is really good.
Really good.
It's relatively short, which is the only knock that I'd really have on it. Mm-hmm. But it's incredibly charming. It's got really good gameplay. They did a great job of making that game for that system. It came out for the GBA, so you had your AB and LR, and it just made, I don't know, it just felt, it was the first handheld Zelda game that I played that to me was starting to get into the same sort of conversation with a game like A Link to the Past. Like Link's Awakening was always, the little brother. It wasn't as good as A Link to the Past, but it was still fun in its own way, But I don't know. Minish Cap is a really good game, and I'm not going to fight over it too terribly hard. But if it gets down to like in the bottom 5, I mean I guess I'll just be sad. But I really do feel like that Minish Cap deserves better than that.
Minish Cap deserves a whole lot better than that.
I would agree. I would put Skyward Sword and Minish Cap in the middle tier and move both the Oracle games down.
I think I could live with having both of the Oracle games down as long as Link's Awakening is above them. That was really whenever I was doing my rankings, like I had those 3 just sort of off to the side, and I said, I don't really care where Ages and Seasons end up too much as long as Link's Awakening was a couple of spots higher on the list than those 2. So I'm actually okay with moving Ages and Seasons down to the bottom tier. I don't know how everyone else feels about that.
Well, I guess and I think that's probably a fine direction. Like I guess since I'm the one who voted to put Minish Cap in the bottom, like I might as well, say my piece. So I actually
give me your spirited defense.
Actually, I beat Minish Cap at 2 a.m. this morning. So
congratulations.
It was a very recent play for me.
Right.
I will admit perhaps that some of my distaste for that game is a time and place type thing because I played it on the Wii U Virtual Console. But, even aside from that, there were some things that kind of struck me about that game. And again, I don't find myself strongly hating any of the Zelda games, but it's probably the least favorite of my least favorite of the ones I've played. I guess a couple things that stood out to me are, it's kind of an odd bird in the Zelda franchise, and I think it was actually developed by Capcom.
Yes.
I don't know. I guess maybe I don't have a strong remembering of the GBA, but it did feel kind of clunky in a lot of places to me.
On the GBA in its day, it felt good.
Yeah. I think there are definitely some elements of that game where I was like, well, maybe if it was, if I was playing this on the GBA 10 years ago, even then though, I'm kind of questioning some of the mechanics, but not dwelling on that too much. Even aside from that, a couple of the things that the game did, which I didn't like, were you talked about reusing assets flex, like in the Majora Mask context, and the Minish Cap kind of shamelessly reuses tons of aspects or assets, particularly sound assets, in a way that, sometimes that can be charming, but I was like, man, this game is borrowing all kinds of stuff from every Zelda game.
Right, hold up. Every Zelda game reuses the same sound assets.
So, I mean... So, I mean, there are certain things that a lot of the Zelda games use, but I mean, that game reused, music, it took the same songs, it took the same sound effects from all the previous Zelda games. It took the mechanics, you had the rock. Okay, can I finish?
Yeah, go on.
So I found that was not very charming. Hearing a weird mix of Link's Awakening, Link to the Past, Ocarina of Time, sound effects, none of that stuff felt, aside from the gust jar, most of those mechanics didn't really feel fresh to me, in the way they did. When I played Link's Awakening, it was kind of cool, some of the things that they had put in, and they added some new mechanics like the rock cape or the rock feather, but the Minish Cap felt kind of it borrowed those in a way that didn't feel fresh to me, even playing it 10 or 15 years later. The other thing too is, again, going back to story and context, that game's story is really kind of off and bizarre. You don't have, you have these Minish people, you don't have anything that really fits within the Zelda context. There's no Triforce. There's a Light Force. Link's Awakening, I felt fit it in a way that made sense. Oh, Link's out on an adventure and he stumbles upon this weird island, and so we'll do whatever we want with the story. But the Minish Cap is hey, this is Hyrule now, and there's this magical sword. Oh, it's not the Master Sword though. It's the Picori blade, and here are these little people who are special for some reason. You've never seen them in any other Zelda context ever, but here they are, and they'll help you save the world. None of that makes any sense to me. And every time the game moved you from story point or quest point to quest point, it always felt really contrived. It's oh, well, this is happening because so those are some of my gripes, with the Minish Cap. I mean, some of it might be time and place, but at the same time, that game did a lot of things that I felt were not really that endearing.
I don't know. I mean, I just pulled out the Hyrule Historia here, and those Picori are pretty important.
So yeah, I am kind of curious because doesn't the Minish Cap it spawns like the Four Swords like line of the Historia, right?
That might be right.
Yeah, it does. And you know, I kind of get some of what you're saying, but I feel like it was actually kind of nice to have a Zelda game that had some different. I mean, even if it was functionally the same, like having a Picori blade instead of a Master Sword, you know, you just kind of like gloss over that. But I look at it as, you know, hey, you know, this really does feel a bit fresher. I mean, having the two different worlds, because you know, in Ocarina of Time, you know, you had Kid Link and Adult Link. In A Link to the Past, you had the Light World, the Dark World. Here, you had the Big World and the Little World, and I thought that was pretty clever and pretty cool, and it was a way that they were able to sort of have that duality that a lot of Zelda games have in a fresh way that isn't just a reuse of one of the previous games that, you know, came out. And I mean, I don't know, I guess I feel like that a lot of that game was, you know, it was charming in a way that I don't know that I would really use the word charming to describe any other Zelda game on this list. You know, I mean, it was good, and I don't know, I mean, Fowler, maybe you can kind of pick up here a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, like, I think that games are, like, just bouncing off what you just said about being charming, like, I think the games look, like, especially for a GBA game, but, like, even in the grand scheme of things, like, I think you go back and look at that game, like, it had a really cool art style that definitely popped, and, like, I think it was a very, expressive game and had a lot of charm to it, and I think the visual stuff they did with the big and the small world looked really cool, and then also fed into gameplay stuff. Like, I think that duality that Paul was talking about was really fun to engage with and led to a lot of cool puzzles. And I think otherwise, like, that game is just a solid all-around Zelda game. Like, that was a fantastic Zelda game to have on the go, and, like, the dungeons were great, the overworld was great, like, it had a lot of fun items to use. And despite Ryan's call-outs of it reusing music, which all the Zelda games do, I think it sounded great. And the story stuff, like, that game at the time, before they, like, released the Zelda canon, like, it was a side story. Like, I don't think every game has to be Zelda and Ganon and Link and the Triforce. And I think it was a fine side story that worked. But the stuff I mostly like about that game is, yeah, like, the dungeons overworld were fun, the items were fun, it was super charming, and the big world, small world dynamic was really cool.
And you had a hat that would tell you where you were going when you put the game down for a week and then picked it back up. And I mean, it's like a little thing, but you know, I'm definitely one of those people that, you know, I play games pretty much exclusively on the weekends. So sometimes if you put something down and you don't pick it up for a little while, it's like, all right, what was I doing? Well, here I just push the select button and I have a hat that says, "Hey, dude, go this way." And I'm like, all right, cool. And you know, I don't know, it was just like those little things to me were just really neat.
Yeah, and it has fun, like, side games and mini games and side content. Like, it has, like, some items like Rock's Feathers, not in a lot of Zelda games, and, like, that was fun to use, and they had some good verticality in the games with that stuff.
They had the mole mitts. You could run around and dig with your mole mitts on.
Yeah, get some mole mitts in there. Like, that game, like, it's short, it's, like, smaller in scope than something like A Link to the Past, but, like, as far as the 2D games go, like, that game is just a good Zelda adventure through and through. Like, it just does good Zelda stuff.
Yeah, I think the main thing with that game, from my memory, is just, like you said, it just does all the good Zelda stuff, and it doesn't do anything bad.
Yeah.
Like, there's nothing in there where I remember, that was annoying, or frustrating, or a waste of time, or whatever. It's like, we get in there, we do our stuff, and then we're done, and it was really fun the whole time.
Yeah.
Quick question about that, though. Did you like the clone mechanic? Because I hated that mechanic.
It was fine.
I liked it.
Yeah.
I actually don't remember what that was.
It's you like spin you do the sword spin and you go stand on these spaces and then you like run over other spaces and you'll create up to 3 or 4 other links and then you'll like walk in that same pattern. So like if there's a really big boulder, you might need 4 links to push it.
Yeah, to me, like that mechanic in particular was one that they really wanted to work or to harp on, but like it's like, all right, I'm going to stand here for 4 seconds and charge up my sword. All right, then something's going to touch one of my clones and depower it. All right, so I got to stand here for another 4 seconds and charge up my sword. All right, now like I accidentally walked into a wall. Okay, let me go back. Stand here for 5 seconds, like charge up my sword. Okay, like now like some fireball randomly like comes and hits another one of my clones. All right, I don't know, that was like just super irritating to me.
Okay. That was a point of frustration for you, it sounds like.
Yeah. That, and then just to clarify on the sound reusing, like that game actually like copy pastes like sounds from different Zelda games. Like, so I mean, it had a weird mix of like Ocarina, Link's Awakening, and Link to the Past that just kind of had me scratching my head.
So the reason I'm making fun of this is because literally every Zelda game does that.
I mean, so the thing is like, yeah, new Zelda games will reuse like the same, jingles and music, but a lot of times they'll like re-instrument them and make them consistent. Whereas Minish Cap actually just straight up like copied like Game Boy Zelda sounds into the game, which I'd be
surprised if it was the exact same sound file, but even if it was,
sounded basically.
Yeah,
like
regardless of whether it was the same sound file or not, like every Zelda game has stuff that sounds the same as other Zelda games. Like I don't know if I'm alone here, but I don't see that as a knock to make against any Zelda game, because literally every single Zelda game reuses sound effects and songs from other Zelda games. Like that's part of the series.
Yeah, I don't really recall the music being that repetitive.
Yeah,
so
I actually have a hard, like off the top of my head, I can't remember any music that's reused in that game. So like it didn't stand out to me as a negative.
Yeah, so like, and I guess that's kind of where I was going, is like, what you're describing, Ryan, with the clones and that being a really annoying gameplay mechanic. Like, I don't remember that being frustrating. So while I'm certain that I probably had some times where I'd probably get like, come on, quit it. I don't, that's not an overriding memory of that for me. So maybe I got incredibly lucky and everything just sort of worked. Maybe you got incredibly unlucky, but I don't really remember that mechanic sticking out being bad. I mean, it was just another puzzle mechanic, like it was just a thing that you did, and so I don't know. I mean, I
don't want to harp on this too much. The fact that I played it recently kind of has it fresh in my mind. And perhaps if you guys went and played it back now, especially on like a virtual console, like you would I
actually replayed Minish Cap 2 years ago, right before I started grad school, and that stuff didn't bother me.
Okay. So in general, it sounds like that we've got enough democratic support in this Congress of Scientists to move Minish Cap up to the middle tier and bring down the 2 Oracle games.
I haven't played Minish Cap. I enjoyed Oracles, but I have no problem with that switch.
Yeah, the Oracle games, they're not bad, but whenever I start sitting down and I start, trying to figure out where they go, it's not necessarily that they're bad that brings them down. It's the fact that the game, like, I have reasons for all the games to be above them. So they just kind of fall down the list, not in a I'm putting them there. It's just more like I start going through the strengths and weaknesses of each game, and they just kind of fall. I mean, that's kind of the way that it worked out for me whenever I started thinking about some of this stuff.
Yeah, that's kind of how it is for me. Those games are good, but other than just being a pretty good Zelda game, I think they're kind of unremarkable. Like, they don't really have anything that stands out about them. Where I think Minish Cap is a more charming and more well-executed version of something very much like the Oracle games. So that's why I would have it above. All
right, so I think we've just about hashed through everything in the bottom tier. And then we ended up moving a lot of it up to the middle tier, so our top tier should be easy.
No one's going to go with me that the Oracles are better than Skyward Sword, are they?
I'm not.
Absolutely not.
All right.
Okay, so do we want to start with the top tier, or do we want to? We should probably go to the top tier and worry about ranking the bottom tier afterwards. So our bottom tier ended up being the 2 Oracle games, Phantom Hourglass, Spirit Tracks, and
Zelda 2.
Zelda 2. Okay.
So, do we want to take a quick break before we get into the top tier, or just go ahead and everyone go around and we'll do the same thing?
I could use
that
a
we're just for the
break.
bottom tier. Okay. So why don't we take a minute or two? All right.
Yep.
Then
just take like a minute or two.
Okay.
We'll be back in exactly 2 minutes.
After these messages. Alright, so we're all back.
Do it.
I'll probably cut out that dead air time.
Mm-hmm.
So for the top tier, I guess, can we save everyone a nomination? Are there any objections to putting Ocarina of Time in the top tier?
No. Ocarina and Links to the Past are, I feel like, going to be instant ads.
I agree.
Does anyone object to either of those?
I would say not really. I don't love Link to the Past, but I'm also very aware that's also like my own weird thing with Link to the Past, and I don't actually care enough about that to actually debate it, because I know that that's literally just me.
Yep.
I can expand on that a little bit more when we talk about it. Like I have no problems with the game. It didn't connect with me.
Yeah, I mean, A Link to the Past is like, I feel like it's a little less of a solid pick. Like it's a little bit more like, to me, like some of the other games are kind of up there with it, but I also wouldn't
Link
argue
to the Past
against
is
it.
great.
Yeah, I wouldn't argue against it being in the top tier either.
It deserves to be there. It's just like not my personal pick if I were ranking things.
All right, so I kind of like to throw out Link's Awakening for the top tier. I think that game did a lot of really interesting things, and I mean it was good enough to get the Game Boy Color re-released. It's actually one of the best-selling like Game Boy games of all time. I think it's a really good game. It may not have aged as well, so I'm not going to push for it to be like obviously number 1 or number 2, but I think it's probably a solid shot for like a number 5 spot.
It's my favorite 2D Zelda, so I would vote for it to be top.
So are we nominating things, or are we just
let's just
giving it out?
We can go ahead and just do nominations for now. I don't think you have to defend it just yet.
For some reason, it's like a weird, like it's just one of those like, oh, the world makes sense kind of things that the Majora's Mask supporter is also the big Link's Awakening fan. It's like those.
Because I have good taste.
Exactly.
I didn't think about it until you were just saying that, and I'm like, you know what? There's like some weird, like, existential connective tissue there that just makes sense.
So, anyone else want to put out the next nomination?
Majora's Mask.
No, The Wind Waker is a top tier game.
Okay, we have a Wind Waker nomination. Garrison, Nate, you want to do the honors next? Wait, Garrison, did you say Majora's Mask?
I sure did.
Okay. Nate, anything for you?
I would put Twilight Princess.
Okay, Twilight Princess.
That's actually going to round out our top tier unless we want to make it 6 games instead of 5.
Well, I haven't had a nomination.
It was kind of weird since we put 2 in there.
Yeah,
This is tough for me. Like, I definitely want to put Skyward Sword as one of my favorites, but also I feel like A Link Between Worlds deserves a discussion up there as well.
Link Between Worlds is great.
Man. Well, I will do the less controversial pick and nominate A Link Between Worlds, although I would like to see Skyward Sword near the top of the middle tier.
All right. So we'll drop A Link Between Worlds into the top tier, which is now we're up to 6 games there, and we will move The Legend of Zelda, the original game, down into the middle tier, as is self-evident.
At least gives us a starting point.
Yeah. So I'm gonna go ahead and read out everything we have, just to get it out there. Though all of this is subject to change, but. Right. Kind of after this initial shuffling, what we have is the bottom tier is Zelda 2, Spirit Tracks, Phantom Hourglass, Oracle of Ages, and Oracle of Seasons. The middle tier is Majora's Mask, Skyward Sword, Minish Cap, and the original Zelda. And the top tier is Ocarina, Link to the Past, Link's Awakening, Wind Waker, Twilight Princess, and A Link Between Worlds. And none of that is set in stone in any way, but that's our initial shuffling that we got here.
So we want to start actually ranking the bottom tier at this point, or do we want to do this another way?
We could either start from the top or the bottom. We haven't really talked much about the top tier, so maybe even perhaps start from the top and work our way down.
I like ranking bottom up. I think it's like a more fun way to do things.
I agree.
But I think first, does anyone object to any of those top tier games?
Could you repeat the list one more time?
The top tier is Ocarina, Link to the Past, Link's Awakening, Wind Waker, Twilight Princess, and A Link Between Worlds. This is being updated in that shared Google Doc, Ryan, if you wanted to pull that up.
Yeah, I had not pulled it up yet.
I would raise my objection to Link's Awakening being in the top tier.
That's the only one in the top tier I would object to as well.
Well, I'm going to stand on an island and just scream into the universe and say I would put Link's Awakening on here before I'd put Wind Waker.
I actually
I'd say
agree
you're
with that.
crazy.
Well, I may be crazy, but I've got a buddy, so we can be crazy together.
Yeah, I would agree with that. The 2 top tier picks that I would object to would be Wind Waker, which it's actually one of my preferred Zelda games. I just would not put it in my top 5. And Twilight Princess. Those 2.
Oh, you're cutting deep, Ryan.
I haven't played Link Between Worlds. It just has zero interest to me. So for me, of course, it's not going to be top tier. But I also have no actual basis for an opinion except just what I've seen and heard about it.
Link Between Worlds is great.
So, the top and middle tiers, I do feel like we may need to debate. Maybe we should debate the top tier a bit now to see which would be closer to the middle.
It sounds like to me that we have a lot of support for Link's Awakening. These may end up being our top 6. I don't know.
Yeah, Link's Awakening is below Skyward Sword for me, but it sounds like that's not.
No.
Yeah, definitely not.
Strong enough of a group pick.
That definitely is the case for me. Is what
So now Ryan's back on that island.
Yeah, why don't we? So I'm not going to fight to the death over Skyward Sword, even though it's basically my second favorite game. But why don't we talk a little bit about Link's Awakening and why it deserves to be in the top tier?
Yeah.
Paul, would you like to lead us off with that discussion?
Yeah, sure. Well, it's one of those games that I think it was a little easy to sort of overlook if you're sort of only being a Super Nintendo kid and you never really had a Game Boy. I don't know that it would have made you go out and just buy it. It's not a console seller, I don't think, but I do think that as far as Zelda games go, it was a unique world. that you spent the entire game sort of puzzling through where you were and what was going on, and I think it had a pretty satisfying reveal in the end as far as the story goes. And
absolutely.
And you don't really see, like, in a lot of the big Zelda games, like, you know, the ones that people like to hold up as, like, the flag bearers, like, you know, the Ocarina of Times or the Twilight Princesses. I mean, you pretty much know, hey, there's a big scary dude, I'm going to go punch him. And, like, that's the crux of the game, is you're going to go fight Ganon, and that's going to be it. And it's not really twisty-turny as far as the story goes, but Link's Awakening is pretty suspenseful as to, like, what's actually going to happen all the way through the story. And it does a good job, like, kind of dropping hints, so you can puzzle it out by the time that you get near the end of the game. But it's like a slow reveal. And they did a lot of really innovative gameplay stuff with only 2 buttons and a D-pad. The items in the dungeons, for the most part, I thought were really unique. Rock's Feather is, like, super cool. I mean, you can jump. You could never jump in a Zelda game before. You can jump now. And that led directly to part of the game was a 2D side-scroller, you know, and it didn't feel gimmicky. You know, they had Goombas in the game, yet it somehow still didn't feel gimmicky. You know, it felt like a part of that world. And, you know, the last thing that really just sort of stands out to me is actually the music and the sound design. It didn't reuse a lot of stuff from the previous Zelda games. I mean, granted, at this point there weren't a ton of previous Zelda games, but you know, it had its own collection of music and it had its own collection of sound effects. And given the fact that, you know, it's basically being played out of, you know, one of the worst speakers that have ever been manufactured in that old Game Boy, it still was found a way to be memorable and charming. Like, I can't really remember any of the Minish Cap music at all, you know, but I can remember.
Oh, that's because it was all from the other games.
Hey, the Minish Town music is a wholly original piece that has never been used anywhere else.
Well, so is like Telltale Heights, and I mean,
yeah,
you know,
all the Zelda games have original and reused music. This is nothing new.
I don't think Link's Awakening had any reused music at all. I think that entire soundtrack.
I think the Overworld was the standard. Da, 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 da.
Dude, the Crane game music.
No.
Dude.
Yeah. No, I think even the Overworld music was
right,
a bit.
I'll have to... I'm listening to it.
Anyway, let's.
Yeah, that's.
But I do agree with your point, Paul, that the Link's Awakening, I do remember having a lot of original sound effects.
It's the same Overworld music. It's a little bit remixed.
Yeah, I feel like it had similar Overworld, if not the same. It also, so here's a weird thing. It was 2012. When I set out on my quest to play all the Zeldas I hadn't played, and I played Zelda 1, A Link to the Past, Oracle of Ages, and Oracle of Seasons back to back to back to back, which exposes some things, like. There are bosses in Link's Awakening that are exact bosses from Zelda 1. Like, they reused exact bosses. I'm not saying that as a big caveat, but I'm just throwing that out there, that, like, there is definitely reused stuff there. And that game's... So, Link's Awakening is weird. Like, Link's Awakening is, like, the weird offshoot child, because, like, it actually started as a... like, Nintendo developers in their spare time were, like, experimenting with stuff. And that's why you have stuff like Kirby's and Goombas and Koopas and whatever else ended up in Kirby, because they were just, like, using existing assets just to, like, test stuff out. And it ended up worming its way into the final game. But yeah, like, Link's Awakening is, like, the really weird experimental offshoot that, like, they were just testing, like... I think the story was like they were trying to test what was capable on Game Boy hardware or something like that. So they were just experimenting with stuff, and like enough stuff came together well that they were just like, oh yeah, let's slap Zelda stuff onto it and actually release it as a game. Which I think ends up leading, like I think like most of the praises you were singing were story stuff, and I think that stuff is interesting. Like I think the idea of a windfish sitting in an egg on the top of a mountain is pretty cool. This giant whale on a mountain, but a hippie whale, no less. But I think a lot of the gameplay stuff, like, kind of at its best is reminiscent of Zelda 1 or A Link to the Past, and a lot of the other times I remember feeling like a lot of the gameplay stuff just didn't stand out that much. It not necessarily bad, but also not necessarily like positively standing out. It was just kind of putting out a standard Zelda adventure, kind of in the way that we were talking about the oracles and stuff, of just like, it's not necessarily good or bad, it's just kind of there.
Yeah, that's pretty much how I think about it, other than the sort of weird setting and vibe of that game, which I think does give it some points. I think of it in my mind as a very standard Zelda game from a gameplay and like dungeon design standpoint.
Yeah, like for my preferences, like I basically put Link's Awakening and the two oracles like all side by side, and I put Link's Awakening above purely because like the weird story stuff
right
makes it stand out a little more.
For me, it's it's a little bit hard because I haven't played it since whenever Link's Awakening DX came out, so 1999 or so.
Yeah.
So it's not really fresh in my mind, but I just remember like playing that game on my Game Boy Color, being like blown away. This was like for like coming out with the original game came out in 1993, I think. Like it was able to pack like a full Zelda experience with some really good design into a Game Boy, and to me that's really impressive how it managed all that. And it had really cool music, really cool good world design. So I think for that stuff, it really I remember, maybe it's a nostalgia thing, but just really impressed me with just how well put together this game was, especially considering it was originally a Game Boy game. It came out, I guess, 4 years into Game Boy's life. It's not really early Game Boy game, but still, it's kind of impressive what they're able to put together on that game.
It is a technical showpiece for sure. Like that in some ways is the impressive thing about that game, is that they were able to fit a full Zelda adventure on the original Game Boy.
Yeah, and I actually want to second some points that both Paul and Garrison made, in that, part of it is probably a little bit time and place, and I noticed some things about the Minish Cap where I felt like, hey, if I was playing this on a Game Boy Advance, like I might feel better about this game, but at the same time, yeah, it was really impressive, like what they did with the Game Boy. Like I do remember I played it actually on the Game Boy or Game Boy Color, so I do remember kind of that experience, which was pretty cool. And yeah, things like unique music, like to me that's a Zelda side story that I felt like kind of fits. Like, they're like, hey, Link set out on an adventure after, saving the world, and he found a magical island. Whereas the Minish Cap is kind of like, oh, this is part of the Zelda continuity, like, but we're going to take out all of the, kind of the standard continuous pieces of Zelda lore. And the other things are, yeah, like some of the music and the gameplay experiences were really unique for the time. Like the Rock Feather is a big one. I also remember the mini games being fun. Like the crane game was fun. Like, and the fact that you could like steal items from the item shop and you would be nicknamed Thief for the rest of the game. Like that was so clever. And like I remember like reading things in Nintendo Power that would give you tips and like tell you things like that. It's like, hey, like you can steal this item from the shop, and it might be a really expensive item, but then the next time you go back to the shop, the shopkeeper will kill you, and you'll be nicknamed Thief for the rest of the game. And I remember like the side quests with like, the monkey and the flower and like all that random stuff. That was a pretty cool like side quest theme. At least for the time, that was pretty unique. I don't think Zelda's had like a running side quest like that. So yeah, just a few things that still stick out to me, even though I probably played that game like 15 years ago or more. Yeah, to me it's definitely like a top half, probably top tier pick for the Zelda franchise.
I had to go look up what the crane game was to remind myself, and I remember not liking that thing.
Oh, it was so easy though. You just had to one spot. You just hit the button. Worked every time.
I mean, playing that on the Game Boy, though, like when you're in a car with nothing better to do, is
You heard it here first, folks. Link's Awakening. Good to play in a car when you have nothing to do. That's the standard we're setting here.
No, I mean,
I know,
again,
I'm just
for the
joking
time.
with you.
Yeah, like if I was in a car playing the Minish Cap with nothing to do, I probably would have liked that game a lot better. But I wasn't, and I didn't enjoy it.
Yeah, it sounds like we have a lot of passion for Link's Awakening here.
Which I by any means don't think it's a bad game.
I don't
either. Have anything about it that stands out to me other than the setting.
I enjoy a lot of games on this list more, but yeah, it's to me it sits around the Oracle spot of like not good, not bad, but it's a very I won't say not good. It is good, but like not amazing, not bad, but it's a good serviceable Zelda game that didn't stand out for whatever reason.
Would it benefit the discussion any to talk about some of the other games, or?
Yeah, I mean, it sounds like that's probably staying in the top tier for now. I was the one who nominated that it be removed, so somebody else pick something up.
I mean, like I said, these may just be our top 6.
They may be, yeah.
And I
would still put Majora's Mask over a lot of those things. All of those things.
Yeah, I mean, I would put Skyward Sword above most of these games as well, but I don't think, unfortunately, that's going to happen. I do have some minor qualms with perhaps Wind Waker or Twilight Princess, but more like bumping them down a couple spots. Then perhaps moving.
Do you think that those need to be? Do you think that those need to be removed from the top tier? Those games, because I sure don't. But so we can have that discussion.
The Wind Waker would probably be like right below the top tier for me, and Twilight Princess would actually be like right above the bottom tier. So I don't know. Twilight Princess, I could see moving down a couple spots, but I don't know that it's worth dying on a hill for.
I could be convinced that Wind Waker could be moved down. Because I feel like that's one of those games that's kind of like Skyward Sword. Well, it's kind of like Skyward Sword. Like, the things Wind Waker does well are so great, but then you have those things that it does so poorly that are just so obnoxious. And that's, again, it's kind of hard to reconcile those two things.
Yeah, I'm curious what the general consensus on those two games are. Does anybody feel strongly? I mean, obviously they were nominated for the top tier. Does anybody feel strongly that the Wind Waker or Twilight Princess doesn't belong in the top?
If Twilight Princess had not come out for GameCube, if it was a Wii-only release, you can bet your rear I'd be pulling that down just from the control scheme of the Wii. I think Twilight
you don't like the Wii waggle, Paul?
God, no, get that out of here. I mean, and Twilight Princess as a game, I feel like it has a little too much filler. It's a little too bloated. If I've got to find one more friggin' light ball as a dog, I'm just gonna throw up. So, I mean, yeah, I think it's still good to leave up in the top tier. But if I was gonna pick one game to try and make a stand to make number 6 or number 7 or whatever, it probably would be Twilight Princess.
Yeah, actually, maybe I should just go ahead and make some points because that feels like one that might move more like towards top middle tier. For me, it's actually closer to the bottom, but I actually finished playing Twilight Princess through my second time like a week ago. And before playing it the second time, it actually was my least favorite Zelda game. So, I kind of, playing Skyward Sword actually kind of inspired me. It's like, well, maybe I didn't give this game a fair chance. I went back and played it through and had more fun with it, but there were definitely still some issues that kind of pulls that game down for me. A couple of them are, definitely in my first playthrough, I do think the GameCube Wii dichotomy hurt that game. I also played it the first time on the Wii. And, again, Ocarina cast a long shadow. Like, there was a lot of hype around that game, and, like, it delivered a fairly good experience, but like nowhere near the hype of the time. But also just past that, like the art style, like I see what they were going for, but it didn't always click with me. The story was a lot the same, and I do feel like the gameplay was really like slow paced. It's like, a lot of the game was kind of like moving around. Some of the dungeons were really kind of long and slow. The game was definitely more puzzly, I feel like, and sort of more focused on challenging puzzles, which I got a little bit of puzzle fatigue, like from that. And there were definitely some things that just didn't click. Like I didn't think Epona controlled really well. I remember a couple of the controls and like the combat controls, like climbing. The camera switches on climbing were just sometimes so painful because like it takes you like 3 minutes to get up to this spot, and then you start moving, and like the camera kind of like switches, or the controls kind of switch on you, and you like fall off, and then you have to like climb back up. I remember there being like in my recent playthrough, just some of those kind of sticking points that it wasn't a bad game, but at the same time, like it just didn't click with me as well as some of the other like modern Zeldas.
Okay. Twilight Princess is probably one of my favorite games on this list. So I don't think it's perfect by any means. I think that there are some pacing issues with that game because it's so long. Similar but not nearly as egregious as what Skyward Sword has.
Yeah, that's just to interject real quick. Like that's like pretty much all of the complaints I've heard about Twilight Princess are things I think Skyward Sword did worse. And like that's what I was saying when we were talking about Phantom Hourglass. Is I feel like starting around Twilight Princess is when they started this trend of like things dragging on too long and having too much filler and like having unnecessary collectible or weird fetch quests between dungeons and just being way too bloated. And I feel like Twilight Princess was the start of that, and it absolutely does have some of those problems. But I think some of the later games also did it worse. Like I feel like they got on a bad stretch there for a while with Zelda games.
Yeah, it definitely does have those problems. I think it has sort of the flipped problem from Skyward Sword in terms of filler. The beginning of Twilight Princess is super slow. And then the later half of the game is really good from what I remember. Whereas Skyward Sword sort of loses it in the last third, which is probably some sort of psychology difference there between starting slow and ending high versus starting good and ending bad. But
supposed to start and finish strong.
Well, yes, absolutely. I'm not excusing Twilight Princess for that slow start. But I do think the thing that always makes me come back to Twilight Princess is just how strong the dungeon design is. I think those are some of the best dungeons in the series. Like the Goron Mines is one of the early ones where you're using the iron boots to magnetize the walls and ceilings and walk around and shoot things with your bow and arrow. And then the sand dungeon with the spinner item is pretty cool.
Go sand surfing.
And then the whatever it's called, the sky dungeon where you get the double hook shot and are zipping around like Spider-Man. Like that game has some really awesome item and dungeon combinations.
Yeah.
Above, I think, pretty much any other Zelda game. If at worst equal to some of the better Zelda games. I think the dungeon design there is just top notch across the board.
Yeah, and that's the thing I like about Twilight Princess as well, is like its dungeons I think are on par with the best in the series.
And the weird ice mansion where you're making soup with the big weird Yeti guy. Like the game has some weird dungeons and they're all different and cool. It's just great.
So, I mean, I guess I'll make a few more points and then I'll be quiet about Twilight Princess. But, again, like I mentioned, I played it again. I played it for my second time recently, and I actually played the HD remake version, so arguably my experience was probably better. this, I had a more polished version I was playing the second time. And, I did do some mental comparisons in my second playthrough with Skyward Sword because one of the reasons I chose to replay Twilight Princess was because I enjoyed Skyward Sword so much. But, yeah, I mean, like I said, some of the original points, like maybe comparing to Skyward Sword is a good thing here. Like, the story-wise, like, by the end, I kind of felt like I could see what they were going for, but, like, the way that game presents its story to me, like, is very odd. Like, it's like, at the beginning, like, you kind of start in a village, and then, you get sucked into this dark world, but, oh, you're chosen by the goddesses, so now you're a wolf. Like, it kind of sounds good on paper, but, like, they definitely make some stretches. And, like, oh, this weird, like, shadow imp, like, shows up out of nowhere to, like, help you out. They kind of start to connect that later on, but throughout, it's kind of like they don't tell you why Midna showed up to, like, help you until kind of the end. And likewise with, like, the fact that you're, like, a shadow wolf, it's always kind of like just because. Whereas I felt like Skyward Sword was a little more direct, and it's like, oh, no, this was actually part of a divine plan, and, like, you are directly involved in it. And again, like, art style, like, Skyward Sword is probably one of my favorites. And Twilight Princess, like, there were definitely some things I felt like they were going for, but that game, like, even the HD remake version, like, you could kind of see some, like, I don't know, some, like, weird animation things, and, like, some of the designs looked a little blocky and, like, a little, I think, kind of ugly, like, probably more so than they should have, considering, like, when the game actually did come out, like, as sort of a, they delayed it long enough for it to be kind of a next generation game, and it didn't always look that good.
It was a technically it's a GameCube game, right. So it would have to be compared to GameCube stuff. And yeah, like the art style of that game. But
it released late enough with enough hype that it could have been a next gen game, like, and it really didn't. It kind of fell short. I guess the one last point I'll make, and then, like I said, I'll talk on this, but is just, like, you mentioned the gameplay and dungeon design, and that actually, every now and then, yeah, like, things like the magnetic boots, I thought it was really cool what they were going for, but just the long, puzzly design of it, plus some of the controls along the way, like the double claw shots, like, I found, like, lining those up was always really tedious, at least on the hand, on the controller. And, like, a big part of the game, like, if you're not warping around, is, like, riding around on Epona or kind of traveling around. And, like, Epona, like, felt like was very clunky. Like, she would stop and rear up for, like, 5 seconds, do those kind of animations. Like, the game had a lot of those little things that, like, just kind of slowed things down in an already slow game.
Right.
Okay. Those are the points I wanted to reiterate.
Oh, yeah, and I wouldn't argue with most of your points. I don't think it's in terms of art style and, like, story presentation and all that. I don't think it's a particularly strong Zelda game.
The art style was just going after Ocarina. Like, that was the whole deal with Twilight.
But it was also trying to be even darker, and then had the sort of weird sci-fi tint to it with the.
Yeah, I feel like it wasn't a really unified art style. There was a lot of different stuff going on.
Yep.
Yeah, so I would definitely agree that is definitely not a strong point of that, whereas, comparing it to Skyward Sword, I think that's one of Skyward Sword's strongest points.
Skyward Sword's strength is its art style and its story.
Yeah. And that's not...
Those are the two things
those are
Skyward
not
Sword
strengths of Twilight Princess.
Yeah, and those are two things that Twilight Princess does not do well.
Right. So I totally get that. But I think for me, personally, the dungeon design just kind of outweighs all that, because...
Yeah.
There were so many moments in that game where I was just like, man, this is crazy, this is awesome.
And just as like Ryan was talking about the puzzles dragging it down, and I think I think for me and possibly for Nate as well, I really like puzzly dungeon designs. Like that to me, those are the dungeons that always stick with me the most. Like, people rail against like the water temple in Ocarina, but like I thought that was a great temple because it was very puzzly.
Water temple is one of my favorite dungeons. So
so like a lot like Twilight Princess has a lot of long puzzly dungeons, and I really like that. Like that to me felt like those dungeons are just really going for it, like throwing you really thick in the weeds of like, hey, you got to get in here, and this is a dangerous place to be, and you got to figure this thing out. And like that to me is where Twilight Princess shines. Twilight Princess has plenty of problems. Mm-hmm. Not going to argue with that, but I do really like its dungeon design. Like that to me is that game's strength.
For sure.
Okay, yeah. Well, it sounds like we agree on the strengths and weaknesses, and like it kind of falls to whether what
it's just what different things are important to different people. So
I guess the bottom line for me is that I would probably, based on our current list, push that one maybe towards like slot 6, which might technically be like top mid tier. But that's, I guess we can decide on that.
So I feel like, we haven't talked about all these top tier games yet, but our discussions or all the middle tier games, but our discussions on Link's Awakening and Twilight Princess were both kind of split, I think.
Mm-hmm.
So they can both stay in the top tier. I'm fine with that, but maybe they should be towards the bottom of the top tier.
Yeah, I feel like we're almost getting into the rankings battle at this point.
Yeah.
Like, I'm starting to feel like maybe our tiers are just fine as they are. Like, Twilight Princess may be at the bottom of the top tier, or may slip to the top of the bottom tier. But I feel like in like our rough separating of tiers here, like I'm not feeling like any strong like something's way out of place.
Majora's Mask.
You're right. It's way too high up.
Well played.
So, do we want to maybe just go ahead and jump into the rankings?
That's kind of what I'm asking. Like, does anyone think we're not? Would anyone be opposed to us just being at the rankings point? Because that kind of sounds like to me where we're at is at the point.
I think that's
just ordering
fine
these.
when we consider that the tier system is just a guideline. Like stuff is still going to move.
Yeah, stuff can still move between tiers. The tiers are not set in stone. That's not what I'm implying.
I have no problem. I'm slightly bothered by a 6, 4, 5 tier list, but I think I can survive.
At the end, we're going to have one 15 game tier.
Yeah, at the end, the tiers just kind of vanish. So.
Yeah.
There you go.
Whoa! No, that is not going to happen. Hold on. What is okay?
For those of you listening, not watching the Google Doc,
I just game.
Yeah, well, it's probably going to be number 6.
Oh gosh.
All right, I agree. Like, let's move on to the rankings discussion. There are a few games which I would consider out of place, but I think we're all going to have that. Maybe we can. Maybe we can go over the full list of tiers and then start ranking the bottom tier.
And this might be a good time for a lunch break as well. How we currently have 3 tiers. Our top tier, all of this is 100% unordered, and the tiers could change. This is our starting point. Top tier, we have Ocarina of Time, Link to the Past, Link's Awakening, Wind Waker, Twilight Princess, and A Link Between Worlds. Our middle tier, we have Majora's Mask, Skyward Sword, The Minish Cap, and the original Zelda. And our bottom tier, we have Zelda 2, Spirit Tracks, Phantom Hourglass, Oracle of Ages, and Oracle of Seasons. And we are going to take a lunch break, and then we are going to... My vote is just start from number 15 and order up.
Yep.
Sounds good to me.
Sounds good.
Make it happen.
All right. Let's continue this madness of ranking Zelda games. We've all had lunch and have returned, and after making our tiers before lunch, it's time to order. It's time to bring out your fisticuffs.
Start from the bottom.
And order these things. Yeah, we're going to just start ordering from number 15 up to number 1. And we will have our ranking of Zeldas. Just to recap, I'll go ahead and reread our tier list as it stands. Literally nothing is set in stone, but this is our starting point. We've worked out our top.
Master Sword is set in stone.
Womp womp.
Womp womp.
Until Link pulls it out. Our top tier, as it currently stands, within the tiers there's no ordering yet. We have Ocarina of Time, A Link to the Past, Link's Awakening, The Wind Waker, Twilight Princess, and Link Between Worlds. Our middle tier is Majora's Mask, Skyward Sword, The Minish Cap, and Zelda 1. Our bottom tier is Zelda 2, Spirit Tracks, Phantom Hourglass, Oracle of Ages, and Oracle of Seasons. So, now, what is the worst Zelda game of all time?
Where does Spirit Tracks sit?
Yeah, let me tell you about some trains. Spirit Tracks.
Are they at home on the rails?
Oh.
No. In fact,
Ba-da-ba-ba-da-ba.
nothing about it feels at home. Yeah, I would nominate Spirit Tracks to be our lowest ranked Zelda game because its overworld is not only not fun and not like any of the other games, and just a huge headache every time you have to go into it, but then I also don't think the rest of the game is even all that strong outside of that. But the overworld in that game, running trains between all the different stops and having to deal with the stupid bomb trains chasing you around, just never ever fun. Always frustrating.
You don't like trains? Trains are cool.
I don't really have any positive or negative feelings about trains in general.
See, you know, just growing up in America, you just don't have this wonderful experience of growing up riding trains everywhere. And
did you not like Thomas the Tank Engine, Nathan?
I cannot say I have much experience with Thomas the Tank Engine.
I didn't know you were such a trainist, Nate. Just so biased, and
I just hate trains.
We've gotten to the root psychology of the issue. Does that prevent the Spirit Tracks from being our worst Zelda game, though? Even if Nate has an inherent
smoke and they're
hatred.
on tracks and they can only go two directions, it doesn't make any sense.
Maybe just have a one-track mind.
Oh man.
But so I haven't played Spirit Tracks, but I have no problem like considering it the worst.
It's not my least favorite. It's my second least favorite. I would be perfectly okay with it being number 15. I agree with everything Nate said. Like even outside of like all the overworld and the train stuff, like all that stuff is just bad. But even outside of that, like its dungeons are fine.
Yeah.
But they are just fine. Like, in the scheme of Zelda games, they don't really stand out. It's just like, the best parts of that game are like good, serviceable Zelda, no more, no less. And then there are enough bad parts of that game that just stand out as not being good at all. Like, to me, Spirit Tracks is kind of, that was like the franchise hitting the bottom of that period where we were talking about before, like starting with Twilight Princess, where it started to lose its way a little bit in the overworld stuff and kind of drawing things out. Like, to me, Spirit Tracks was kind of like where it bottomed out on that trend before starting to turn back up.
They tried to do something different, and I get that, and you know, you can kind of see why they thought that would be a cool thing, but I don't know. There's just nothing about it was fun.
One question, as someone who hasn't played the game, Like the premise from like an outsider / bird's eye view like looks kind of silly. What is the premise of that game?
You're Link, but you're a conductor, and you have a train. And
Well,
okay,
the overworld,
the hero of trains.
Yeah.
The final
the
boss.
Hero of time, the hero of wind, and the hero of trains.
The final boss is Ganon Train.
I feel like it deserves
accurate.
a point for that alone.
I am not lying.
Yeah, go look it up. It is 100% the
Whoa,
truth.
spoilers! Spoilers!
Final boss of Spirit Tracks is Ganon Train.
But
Is there anything redeemable about the game, or anything redeeming about the game? Like,
The dungeons
what are
are
its
fine.
good points?
That sounds incredibly dumb.
yeah,
The dungeons are fine. Like, that is the one thing about Spirit Tracks that is positive. Like, the dungeons are totally fine, and, like, they're not a bad time. Like,
right. I don't think there's very many of them, and none of them are particularly interesting.
Yeah,
but they're fine.
they're not. Yeah, there's not a lot of them, and they don't. Again, this is within the pantheon of Zelda. They don't necessarily stand out as being better than any of the other Zelda games, but they're fine. Like, they're not bad. Like, if that game was like, if you just played the dungeons of that game, you'd be like, okay, like that was a worthwhile experience. Like, that was okay. But then when you throw everything else around it, it's just like against other Zelda games, like it just doesn't hold up.
Yeah.
And like, I mean, from what I remember, its dungeons are basically on par with Phantom Hourglass. So, and it uses the same control scheme, the same game engine. Like, those two games are extremely similar. It's just
the non-train parts are very similar.
Yeah, the dungeons in particular is what I'm thinking about. Like, the dungeons in Spirit Tracks and Phantom Hourglass are very similar. So if you played Phantom Hourglass, you have a good idea what the dungeons are like in Spirit Tracks. And like I said, those are fine, but maybe not stand out. But everything outside of the dungeons about Spirit Tracks is just not worth anything.
Yeah. It's just frustrating. So, like, for the people who haven't played it, it's basically anytime you want to go from one location to another, which is anytime you want to go to another dungeon or a town or anything, you have to jump on your train and get on these train tracks and ride around, and then there is just constantly spawning enemy trains that try to run into you. And so you're just constantly watching out for them, trying to dodge them or shoot them. And if you get hit, it like resets you back to where you started from.
Oof.
Sounds horrible.
Yeah, you don't actually run around the overworld at all. It's all trains.
And so anytime you go from point A to point B, you're doing this. Basically, you can think of it almost like more like a mini game than actual exploration, because there's nothing you can do other than get to where you're going. So it's really like a train mini game that, by the end of the game, I remember getting hard enough that I failed it a handful of times. You know, I would get hit by something, and when you get hit, it's just, reset you back to the start, try again. And it's just like, oh no, I just want to get where I'm going. Like, stop making me do this.
Yeah. It's like if you're running across the overworld in a normal Zelda game, and like they constantly threw enemies that were unavoidable. Because like a lot of times, once you know where you're going in a Zelda game, you can just kind of run past a lot of the overworld enemies. But imagine if you were forced to fight them, and if you got hit too many times, it would warp you back to where you started from. And if I remember correctly, if you wanted to like find secret areas in the overworld, like you would have to shoot something as you passed it, and like it was kind of hard to aim things. And if you like, even if you knew the secret was there, if you missed it, you would just have to ride out the train to the other end and then get back on and go back. And like, so it just like all of the train stuff just made everything in the overworld way more tedious than it needed to be.
Yeah.
And it carried over into some non-overworld stuff too. Like the final boss again was Ganon Train. And I remember parts of that being really frustrating and like sending you back. Like I don't actually remember the details of how that played out, but I remember there being like some network of train tracks that you had to navigate along. And there being like if you missed very minor things, like you would have to redo large segments of that. I don't remember all the details.
Literally sounds like you're describing Sonic the Hedgehog.
Well, if anything gets compared to Sonic, it should be at the bottom of this list.
So I think we have a clear winner from everything I've heard.
That's definitely my clear
winner. The only
winner.
game I would argue could be the only other game I could argue for number 15 would be Zelda 2, which is the only Zelda game I disliked enough to not even finish it.
I don't know. I mean, I feel like that we need to be unique. Zelda 2 is at the bottom of everyone's Zelda list. So let me pitch it. Maybe we make ours different, and we put Spirit Tracks at the bottom, and then Zelda 2. No one can accuse us of copying another list.
I'm actually going to put a little bit of a defense out for Zelda 2 as well.
Okay.
Maybe that's a good segue into, because I have a feeling that it's probably going to end up in spot 14. And, you know, I'm basically okay with that. It's towards the bottom of my list, but not because it's a bad game. And I want to defend that point.
Okay.
Yeah, so I mean, like, maybe it would help to hear the criticisms first, or I can just...
Oh, I got them.
Go ahead, my friend.
My main criticism is straight up, like, the 2D platforming and combat, I think, is really bad in the way that a lot of NES action games were just bad and frustrating in that era. Like, you have very little combat options, and most of the enemies are very kind of rote repetitive. Like, okay, you have to, like, jump and hit this guy in the head because he's got a shield governing his body, and they'll take, like, 10 hits, so you have to do this routine over and over, and then you go through, like, 10 rooms with those guys, so it gets very, very repetitive very, very quickly, and also because it's in the NES era, it can be punitive with that stuff, which... You know, you can take or leave that, but the point being is it makes you grind through a lot of that combat, which I don't find very fun at all. And there's not really any nuance to it either. It's just you kind of have to get really good at executing very specific combat routines over and over, and their margin for error is very, very slim. Past that, I think the dungeon designs are pretty rote because it'll be a lot of like copy-pasted hallways, which again, NES games did a lot because they had limited hardware or limited. That they had a lot of restrictions they had to work with, technically speaking. So you get a lot of things repeated that you just have to go through. And like that's my main problem with the game is I just think the basic action, like the basic platforming and combat, I think is really rote and not in a fun way. I think the game has some decent ideas with like the leveling and stuff, but I don't know that any of it really pays off. Like I think. If you actually get through that game, like I think you're gonna go through the same leveling progression regardless. So like I don't think the leveling actually adds any like customization or anything fancy. Like it's just kind of a little bit of fancy dressing that doesn't have any real impact. And I think the way like its save system works is kind of broken. The way it'll like de-level you and send you back to the starting town if you die, I think 3 times. So like. It kind of makes the lives limitation that a lot of older games had feel more arbitrary than even most games, especially when they're trying to do stuff like a leveling system and progression. So a lot of that feels kind of at odds with itself, and then when that's on top of like the combat not being fun, like that game was just like a giant headache to go through. Like I did 2 or 3 dungeons of it, and it was just like. If it's just going to be this over and over and over again, like, I want no part of this.
Yeah, the game is super weird, and by modern standards is just fraught with all sorts of crazy, weird, old problems. I don't know what the game was like at the time it came out, so I don't know if that matters to this conversation or not, but...
Yeah, I get the impression that a lot of people beat their head on that game for a long time.
Yeah.
It's also kind of a buggy game was the other... last little thing I was going to say.
It is just a weird game that doesn't really hold up by modern
game
design conventions.
Yeah, I appreciate them trying something different. I just, like, that core gameplay loop to me, I just could not get into.
Yeah.
It's funny to me that, like, the 2s, at least in the American releases for both Mario and Zelda, are kind of like black sheep. But... Yeah, I guess my defense would be, and again, this is towards the bottom of my list because I I tended to enjoy a lot of the other more modern Zeldas more, but I mean, I would probably, for my purposes, put it above some of the less inspired handheld games like Phantom Hourglass. Like, I mean, I remember like watching, some of my family members, like aunts and uncles, play that game and kind of explore some of the secrets when I was younger. And also, like, in undergrad, I kind of got the itch to go back through and play it again myself. And like, I remember it was funny because my roommate at the time, Tim, like, when he was like, Zelda 2, he's like, I think you're just being nostalgic. And like, he actually, once I started playing and getting into it, he would watch it and he would be like, actually, that looks kind of fun. But when I beat the game, he was like, that's not too bad. So, I mean, it definitely has like a lot more charm than, if you get into it, which I did, and you can enjoy the gameplay and like, I do understand that it has a lot of rough edges. It's kind of a black sheep, and like, a lot of people just have trouble getting into it. But once you find a few secrets and like get the hang of the combat, then it has, I think, some winning qualities. Like, it was an early sort of action RPG with like, a 2D side scroller with level progression, and that's actually been a very successful formula in certain franchises like Castlevania. And Zelda 2 in some ways is sort of like a predecessor in that sort of 2D action RPG game space. Also, some other endearing qualities I would say is like, that was some of the enemy designs and like the Hyrule Temple theme kind of came out of Zelda 2. Like, Dark Link was first in Zelda 2, so like the game definitely has some cool boss fights, some cool ideas. Like, you had the down stab, you got some skills like like a high jump skill. You could get some magic to like shield yourself and light dark areas. Like, they did some kind of new gameplay things, which if you think about the time period were actually pretty novel. And when they fit together, they actually could make a fun experience. So, I mean, I don't know if that's going to be enough to move it up a couple positions on this list. Like, but yeah, for my purposes, I would say like compared to some of the like sort of more like conventional modern, particularly handheld Zeldas, like I actually do remember Zelda 2 being kind of a fun and fairly, not super long experience that I enjoyed back in undergrad, not semi recently, I guess.
Right.
It's definitely more novel, but man,
the
act of playing it. Whew.
I suppose if everybody else hates it, like I would definitely say, based on what was described of Spirit Tracks, though, I don't think any of you guys are even willing to defend that game. So I would vote to have Zelda 2 above Spirit Tracks, plus a couple of the other, other handhelds like Phantom Hourglass. But I digress.
So it sounds like we're definitely in agreement that Spirit Tracks is moving to the bottom of the list, number 15.
Number 15 is Spirit Tracks.
Yep.
And after hearing all the reasoned debate and discussion, Zelda 2 is still bad. I think it should probably be 14 myself.
That would be my vote.
That's my vote. I could potentially see an argument for Phantom Hourglass being 14, but I do like Phantom Hourglass noticeably more than Zelda 2. So I would definitely vote for Zelda 2 being 14.
I would certainly vote for Zelda 2 being above Phantom Hourglass, but I don't think... I mean, did you play Zelda 2, Paul?
No, I didn't. Well, let's just put it this way. I was planning on playing Zelda 2, and then I made the mistake of reading a review, and then I said, this isn't even worth my time. So
knowing Paul how I know Paul, I think
he would not enjoy that game.
Paul would last maybe 10 minutes in Zelda 2 before saying, nope, screw this.
Yeah, you would not enjoy that game.
Well, I'm glad that I didn't play it, and instead I sat down to play some ridiculous JRPG instead. So yeah, I Phantom Hourglass, Zelda 2 for number 14. I don't have strong opinions about either of those, so I didn't play Phantom Hourglass.
This doesn't count for anything because it's pure conjecture. But if I know Paul well enough, his least favorite Zelda game, if he had played all of them, would be Zelda 2, and his second least favorite would probably be Skyward Sword.
I did watch you play Skyward Sword, and I didn't like watching you play it, for goodness sake.
So
I don't know that counts. For
that counts for absolutely zero because Paul hasn't played it, and I absolutely cannot put words in his mouth. But that's just a funny aside I was thinking of.
So Flex and I are somewhat split. Nate, have you played both games? Do you have an opinion?
I definitely prefer Phantom Hourglass, but mostly just for gameplay reasons.
Okay.
I appreciate what Zelda 2 does and that it's different and weird and kind of pushes that Zelda formula in a lot of different directions. I don't know that a lot of it really works for me, and I just don't, like Justin was saying specifically, I don't think the combat is super fun or anything that I liked, really, if I'm being honest.
That's by far my main sticking point because 90% of that game you're doing combat.
Yeah, it's a lot of combat slog, and it can get pretty tedious, and I pushed through that game because I wanted to say that I finished every Zelda game, but that was the hardest one for me to get through by far. Like, not just difficulty-wise, but like I just don't really want to play this kind of thing.
Okay. Well, yeah, I mean, and again, all Zelda games I think are a little bit time and place, and that's a game that somehow, it didn't hit a lot of people's radar at the time. But I'm not passionate that it needs. I'm actually really happy that it didn't hit slot 15. That it was even remotely considered for slot 13. So I feel like that's a win for Zelda 2.
You know what?
I will throw, again, this doesn't have any bearing on this discussion, but Shigeru Miyamoto has in an interview said that he has made one bad game. And that game may, in fact, be Zelda 2.
You mean it wasn't Mario Galaxy?
Nope.
Oh.
It was not.
Yeah. He's not willing to admit that one because of popular backlash, but I think he knows.
And to be fair, he was actually talking about more from a technical standpoint.
Right.
Sure.
He said the NES restricted what they were trying to go for too much.
Yeah,
anyway.
I think their ambitions were pretty big for that game, and maybe they didn't hit everything that they wanted. Is why
so quoting it saying Miyamoto thinks Zelda 2 is a bad game is a little out of context, but still.
It is telling that, no other Zelda game has even tried to do Zelda 2 much of anything, so I think that I haven't actually played it, so I have no opinion. Knowing how Nathan and I have totally different opinions on everything, I'd probably love it, but,
You probably would.
Yeah. in a weird way, Zelda 2 probably fits in with, the Majora's Mask Link's Awakening club.
I actually do think I would not enjoy Zelda 2, just from what I've seen of it. It does not look like one to be up my alley, actually. But.
Yeah, I don't think you would enjoy the act of playing it. You might get into the weirdness of it, but yeah, I don't think you would enjoy playing it.
The best thing about that game is there's a dude in there whose name is Error.
Yeah.
Yes. There's just last year, I think, a new book with the history of the NES came out, and it was called I Am Error.
Nice.
I bought it from the library.
That is actually a charming.
Yeah, I mean that bug is charming, but there are other things about it that are less charming. But anyway, yeah, I think that game at 14 makes sense.
I think that makes sense.
So
now we have to decide if
I think Phantom Hourglass might be up next.
Yeah.
I mean, unless you guys are going to be convinced to bring Skyward Sword back down here, I think Phantom Hourglass.
Absolutely not.
No. I mean,
I will die on the hill for that one.
All right. Well, I mean, and sounds like Phantom Hourglass had some pretty annoying things about it from when we were talking about it before. So I think I'm fine with that being number 13.
Pan Flute. Number 13 is Pan Flute.
All right.
So I still think that Aegis should go ahead of Seasons. So I'd actually put Seasons at.
I think
12.
Aegis should go ahead of Seasons, and I think Seasons should go ahead of Skyward Sword.
Oh,
I
Turning
disagree.
into the Galaxy argument.
So, okay, like, we have 15 games on this list. Skyward Sword is literally the only one that does not have responsive controls. Like, it is the only one that you cannot guarantee 100% of the time that the action you're doing is what's translated on screen. Like, I think there is a fundamental breakdown in player input in that game that is just not, like, it does not hold up. And, like, I mean, there are plenty of other problems with that game. It's got way too much filler. It drags on too long. That reminder text when every time you boot up the game and you get, it has to remind you on all the items, is freaking infuriating. And, like, that game has, of the games that try and do overworlds, excluding maybe Spirit Tracks, Skyward Sword, I think, has the worst overworld in the game. And it's also, I think, probably the most linear Zelda game. Like, I think that game has a litany of issues that are capped off by the fact that that game just controls poorly. Like, it is the worst controlling Zelda game by far.
I mean, again, like, I completely disagree with most of the points you made. I do agree that there was some filler, like, especially that back third of the game, like, but that didn't kill the experience for me. And, you know, I mean, the overworld to me reminded me of Wind Waker, which I did not dislike. Like, I actually thought that was a fun
Those two
fun game.
overworlds are the complete opposite.
I mean, I would kind of disagree because
I don't know that I would
in
call
one
it
you're
the
boating
opposite.
around and one you're flying around. Like, I thought it worked out okay.
I think Skyward Sword is the most linear Zelda game, and I think Wind Waker is the least linear.
And again, like, if you're talking about controls, like, I thought that was a winning point, but you can make the argument that Twilight Princess on the Wii had, you know, at least as bad, if not worse, issues.
Skyward, they're actually very different in that Twilight Princess for the Wii, its waggling is a glorified button. So any waggle motion you do with Twilight Princess on the Wii is the same as pressing a button. Like, there's zero fidelity there.
I mean,
which makes it pointless.
I remember
I'm not saying that's
cases
good.
where you could flick and it not pick up, or you could, you know, like, shift your weight or whatever and it pick up. Like, I definitely remember that happening.
And that also happens in Skyward Sword, because I had a lot of cases of shifting my weight. The other problem I had in Skyward Sword a lot was, this was a very, very consistent problem for me in Skyward Sword is, let's say the enemy's blocking on the left. So I need to hit him on the right. But if I move my sword to the right to hit him, he'll move and block right. So the way, and this is a trick this game does a lot, you have to feint hitting on the right to get him to block right, and then quickly go left and slice left while he's trying to block the thing you feinted on the right. But in moving, so I'd move my hand to the right, he'd move to block right, and then I'd have to quickly move to the left and then swipe right, striking left to right. But in moving from right to left just to get my sword in the right position, it would interpret that as a swing from right to left, and I would attack into where he blocked. And I would think, no, I'm not trying to attack, I'm trying to reposition my sword to the left. And little fiddly things like that, where there's no clear delineation of between swing and move, there are too many fiddly cases of movement like that that do not have the precision that I want in a video game, and it broke down way too often for me.
I mean, yeah, again, circling back to a previous point I made, like, I went in with very low expectations. Like, I felt like the Wii Motion Plus thing was going to be a huge gimmick. And, like, I mean, yeah, they had a few gimmicky things, like the tightrope walking, but, like, as far as the sword combat goes, I mean, yeah, I do remember some of those cases happening, but it was engaging enough overall, and the game was not punishing about it, in that I felt like it was, and I mean, I've said this before, like, to me, it was a shame that, you know, that was where I felt like Wii motion control should have been, and that game kind of came out at the end of, you know, the Wii's life cycle, which I feel like Nintendo's a little bit bad about figuring out what to do with their hardware as a system is basically, like, defunct. But yeah, I mean, that was actually kind of a winning, a win for me, because, you know, if you played Ocarina, if you played, you know, Wind Waker, if you've played Twilight Princess, like, you get, you know, you pretty much know what 3D Zelda combat feels like, and Skyward Sword was actually fresh and different, and I thought it worked pretty well, and I thought the sword fights in particular, like, were memorable. Like, the Demise fight and the Girahim fights were memorable, partly because the motion controls I felt like actually worked. and made you feel like you were actually kind of in those fights, like doing like sword fighting type stuff. So I don't consider that to be like a bad point of that game.
So Ryan had a flawless Wii Motion Plus experience. Am I the only one who this did not work for properly?
I didn't say it was flawless, but it was. My expectations were low, and it was a huge positive experience.
Okay.
Not perfect, but good.
For me, it took some time to kind of figure out like the sensitivity of the Wiimote. But once I got that down, it tended to be a lot better. I think what did annoy me was kind of that like every single individual encounter I like took longer than it needed to because every single one was built around you have to swipe in the right direction. And sometimes I want to kind of plow through a mob and get to the next point, but I have to sit there and say, okay, this guy's blocking up, I've got to, swipe down and that kind of thing. So that got kind of tiring, but sort of the actual controls themselves, I definitely had moments of like, what is going on? But I kind of got the hang of it by the end of the game and enjoyed it. And then you have those things like the Demise fight that were so great that wouldn't be nearly the same with just, traditional controller.
Right. Where do you stand on the controls, Nate?
I think I'm pretty much in line with Ryan and Garrison, maybe somewhere in the middle, where I think overall I enjoyed the controls, and I think it was an overall positive thing for me. Like, when I think Skyward Sword controls, I don't think frustrating. I think about the cool boss fights and that stuff like Ryan was talking. I do know that there were times when maybe it didn't do what I wanted, or I accidentally did something I didn't want to do, but that didn't bother me, I think, in the same way it bothered you.
I think
so maybe
yeah,
it's just a difference in how we each view when it doesn't work. How big of a deal is that?
Yeah, I mean, this to me sounds very much like just a difference in priorities, because for me, when any video game, Zelda or otherwise, like, the controls need to be 100% responsive. Like, if I cannot reliably map what I want to do to the inputs and have it translate on screen, like if that is at any point unreliable and I'm second guessing it, that drags down the entire play experience. And that was a constant frustration for me. And like, and when I say frustration, it's not like I was dying a lot, because as we talked about, like, the game was like, the combat was slow and forgiving enough that, like, it was never a hard thing. It was, the frustration was translating what I wanted to do into the motions. And even if it worked 70-80% of the time, which is probably about what it worked for me, it didn't work enough that I had to second guess it and recalibrate enough that, like, it made those combat interactions not enjoyable at all. And, like, I would rather have a tighter controlling button game that was faster and harder than having, like, something that wasn't 100% accurate and then, backed off and was a little easier to account for that. Like them having to make it slower and easier to account for the imprecise controls feels like a cop-out. It feels like them recognizing it didn't work right, so they had to, like, account for that in their game design. And, like, sure. It just never clicked for me. And I'm harping on the controls a lot. I think Skyward Sword has other problems, and I think it has things it does well as well. But that is the number one sticking point I keep coming back to.
I mean, part of that's, I would say, boils down to personal experience as well, right? Because, like, I remember, I mentioned controls a couple of times in playing the Twilight Princess HD remix, and, like, you mentioned, like, some combat frustrations. Like, I think the Z targeting in Twilight Princess, like, I found that really frustrating compared to, like, Wind Waker and Skyward Sword. Like, I found that there were a lot of times where I would hit Z and the game would target the wrong thing, and, like, it was really hard to switch, or, like, it wouldn't target things at a certain distance. Like, so I remember more frustrations in Twilight Princess. Not to say that game had horrible controls, just to say that, like, any of us, I think, could argue about certain games having, like, some control quirks. I understand, like, the motion controls are more likely to be a sticking point, but for me it was, I actually had low expectations, and it ended up being a huge plus for the overall gameplay experience.
And it does sound like there is some expectations there in play. And I'm not going to sit here and say Twilight Princess controls perfectly, but I think when it comes to reliability of controls, for me, Skyward Sword is the one that really sticks out as just not hitting enough.
I will say, what about the controls from Skyward Sword do stick out to me as a sore point is like the beetle or whatever else where like you'd have to like it didn't use the motion control or didn't use the sensor bar, so you'd have to like manually recalibrate every time you went to the first person mode to shoot the beetle or like the bow and arrow. That was really annoying.
Yeah, there was I don't remember what exactly I did, but there was some way you had to like recenter your calibration.
Yeah.
And I remember doing that in that game literally like every 5 minutes. Like you're having to constantly recalibrate. Which it isn't that big of a deal, but it is just kind of...
the beetle, it would do that, and that was really annoying.
Yeah.
But once you kind of figure that out, like tapping the little down on the D-pad to recalibrate was fine.
Yeah, it's one of those things that like, really, like, you're just tapping a button or whatever to recenter and calibrate, but like the fact that you have to manage the technology of the game every step of the way, it becomes a constant thing that's just there that feels like it shouldn't have to be an issue.
Right.
And I have, as I've said, big problems with the game's overworld and all sorts of other things.
There are other things that I have a much bigger problem with that game than the combat. But
so I mean, I can get into that stuff as well. I mean, I'm getting the impression that like I'm kind of, I mean, maybe Nate could go along with me on the overworld stuff or whatever. But
I'm trying to figure out right now, are we trying to argue that Skyward Sword should be number 12? Is that what we're doing?
I think it should.
I disagree.
I would
not put it that low.
I found a dude on the internet that thinks that Skyward Sword is the worst game ever because I didn't actually play it, but it doesn't really help.
That doesn't surprise me at all, and you could probably find that for almost any game. But
yeah, I mean, I think
Majora's Mask.
You could find Majora's Mask at both ends of the list. You could probably find.
I bet you could find
Twilight Princess at both ends of the list. Like.
Well, this guy really hates Skyward Sword and he really hates Twilight Princess, so I think he just doesn't like the Wii.
Or Zelda. Or 3D Zelda.
Like
He doesn't even like Zelda.
He doesn't even like video games. He hates life.
Okay, so independent of random guy on the internet's opinion, I think
he holds no weight here.
I certainly would argue against Skyward Sword being a bottom tier game.
Yeah, I would argue pretty strongly that I think the Oracle games should be lower than Skyward Sword.
You know what games have no control issues? The Oracle games.
Yeah, but
I didn't play those games, so I don't have any comment on that.
Like, every time I look at this list, probably more than any of the other ones, and this might just be me or the time I played them or whatever, but more than I think any other games on this list, I just look at those and I'm like, I cannot actually remember anything specific about that game because they just kind of are there, and I just don't think there was anything that grabbed me.
They're the pinnacle of like good, well-made Zelda games that don't really have any missteps. Like everything they do is good,
right?
But they also don't really do anything to stand out. Like they're the pinnacle of your meat and potatoes, solid, well-made Zelda games.
So when we first did the tiers, I definitely put Skyward Sword at the bottom of the ones I played. I would probably still put the Oracle games above it, but it's really close. I haven't played Oracle games since they first came out, so I'm kind of like Nathan. I kind of forget how they are, but they're just good, well-made 2D Zelda games. But
also made by Capcom.
I could go either way on them compared to Skyward Sword.
I would be fine putting the Oracles next, especially because it sounds like we have more affinity for those in the group, or for Skyward Sword in the group. But for the record, I think Skyward Sword is a categorically worse game than the Oracles.
I think it has both bigger problems and.
I think Skyward Sword is one of the best looking Zelda games, and I think its production values are among the best on this list. I think its story is one of the most interesting ones on this list. But when it comes down to fundamental world design, gameplay design, controls, which to me are the most important things, I do not think it holds a candle to almost any other game on this. Like, I think the 3 we have at the bottom are worse than Skyward Sword, but that might be it.
I mean, for the record, I thought Mario Galaxy was the least fun Mario game that I have played, and that didn't get very far.
So, I mean,
all right.
Yeah, I think it may come down to just a difference of priorities, like we were saying earlier. Like,
I have a feeling the middle tier is actually going to be a bit of a strat.
We could also, I mean, we could call it a tie between Skyward Sword and the Oracle games. Can we do that?
Nope.
Can we be like
no ties allowed. We don't go soft here.
Skyward Sword move up a little bit, even in the middle tier, but that's going to be
science has winners and losers.
You win some, you lose some. There are no ties.
But are we okay with the Oracle games next? Like that was my pick, and that's what I proposed. But I don't want to just force that if everybody's not happy with that.
I think you know my stance.
I'm fine with it.
I would rank them higher personally, but I don't have a problem with it.
Okay.
I think you've heard my stance.
So yeah, I mean, it seems like clearly Skyward Sword is the next nominee. Does anybody want to offer up something to challenge it?
So does that basically conclude our bottom tier?
Yeah, but we're just going up the numbers at this point.
Yeah, right. So at the moment, for anyone listening, what we have is 15 is Spirit Tracks, 14 is Zelda 2, 13 is Phantom Hourglass, 12 is Oracle of Seasons, and 11 is Oracle of Ages. And that's what we've ordered.
Right.
Which, I mean, we're not necessarily operating within the tiers, but you know, it's a good point of reference because that basically was our bottom tier.
It was.
With some arguing towards Skyward Sword.
Yeah, just a little bit. Yeah, unless anyone's going to be convinced to put Skyward Sword down among those 5, then I'm okay with that ordering.
Yeah, I'm good with that ordering.
Works for me.
Right. Indeed.
All right, so do we have any challengers to keep Skyward Sword moving up the list, or does that go into number 10?
I actually like. I mean, I used an argument about Hulk Hogan last time, putting the title belt back on him. I'm not letting it happen this time. It's not going to.
I'm putting my foot down on that, Paul. The original Zelda is amazing.
If you're going where I think you're going, yeah, I'm gonna have to stop you because I actually really like the first Zelda more than I like the original Mario Bros.
I'm actually going to agree with Paul on this one. In the context of like just reviewing my list, I find that, you know, Zelda was not necessarily in my bottom tier, Zelda 1 that is, but I find that most of the modern Zelda games, besides Twilight Princess and the handhelds, kind of were more fun or more. And I really like the original Zelda, and I remember playing it a lot as a kid. I just, when I was building my list, like, I found that I just think a lot of the modern Zeldas have improved.
Yeah, I haven't played the original Zelda. I've watched like a full playthrough. It just, I guess because, you know, at this point I'm so used to, you know, later Zelda games, it just does not look interesting to me. And I get like the exploration is a very big part of that game. And I just think that like you know, now that it's 2016, clearly cannot have that same experience like exploring that game that people did in the NES. But for me, it just does not look super engaging.
Yeah, from a gameplay perspective, I can see why people would say, oh yeah, the series has evolved, and clearly that's true. I think that the thing that game does even now that the other games don't do even close to the same degree is just the exploration of a super dangerous world. Because that game is all about just dropping you in. You got to find your upgrades. You got to find the entrances to every dungeon. You got to find your items. You got to figure out how to fight all these different enemies. And it's something that most modern Zelda games and most modern games in general don't do, and that's because it comes from that older era. And
right. I mean, like game design has certainly moved forward in the past, 30 years or whenever this thing came out. So I think the fact that you don't have games really like that anymore just goes to speak that it's a formula that hasn't really aged well, and it's not really been, updated upon. I mean, we've sort of moved away from that. And
but I don't know. For me, like, that's just also part of, like, games that are a lot more hand-holdy now than they were. And I don't think that means that, like, people have rejected, the Zelda design, because Dark Souls is, like, basically like the original Zelda, like that kind of
in terms of
exploration.
classic challenge and kind of unguided exploration.
Sure, but I mean, even Dark Souls, to me, I have an easier time getting around Dark Souls and figuring out where to go and what to do than I do the original Legend of Zelda. And maybe that's just me, but like the reason why I've bounced off that game several times is because I've tried to sit down and play it without resorting to a walkthrough, you know? And every time I do, at some point or the other, I just feel like I'm wasting my time walking around this world because I'm not finding anything. I'm dying a lot because it's a challenging game, and it's not a bad game, but that to me keeps it near the bottom of this list, which is why I wanted to bring it up for number 10. Like it's pretty much the only Zelda game that I have tried to finish on multiple occasions, and I just keep bouncing off of because I just feel like I'm wasting my time a lot. But
there's actually something interesting about that you mentioned, in that, and Dark Souls actually had a really good system for this, but Zelda is a game where if you try to figure it out 100% on your own, I think it's extremely challenging. But when I was a kid playing Zelda, like I remember watching my aunts and uncles play it, or like my cousins play it, or getting some information out of Nintendo Power, and there was this sort of like incremental like learning and information delivery, that kind of happened back like pre-internet days, whereas today like that's hard to recapture because gaming in some ways, like you have YouTube and you have like internet guides and things like that, but that like kind of bits and pieces information that could make a gameplay like an exploration based game so magical back in the day, like just hasn't. Dark Souls did that with like player hints, right? Like
yeah, exactly.
They kind of inserted like this internet enabled social experience, but it's that wasn't a problem for me when I played the original Legend of Zelda, and like now that I've learned the game, like it's not as big of an issue, but that's kind of a funny point you made. I do want to raise a quick question though. I just as an aside, putting out, I know we'll probably have to debate the Skyward Sword position, but in general, would people think the Legend of Zelda is better or worse than the Minish Cap? I would say Zelda 1 is better than the Minish Cap.
That one's tough for me. And I have a lot of stuff to say about Zelda 1 that I haven't been able to work in yet.
Of course, we can continue that, but I just wanted to, in terms of general ranking, like, let's figure out if we can agree on where Skyward Sword goes. But, we've got Zelda 1 and Minish Cap kind of, and Skyward Sword all fighting.
Our tier right now is not ordered at all.
Right.
For me, those two games are actually very close. They're both, for me, of the four games we have sitting here in this middle tier, there is a clear gap where those two are above the other two in this tier. I think the original Zelda, like, there is a spirit and soul to the original Zelda that has not been replicated in any game since, that makes it feel like a young boy going on like a grand and mystical quest. Like that game, like I think now today it would be very hard to like define what the Zelda spirit is, because it has transformed in so many ways, and I think a lot of those transformations have been due to like common like marketplace changes and that kind of stuff. Like I think Garrison was making the point that like some of it's like that people just don't want that kind of challenge anymore. So I think Zelda has adapted a lot to that, and games like Dark Souls have kind of carried on that trend. But there is a ambition and spirit to the original Zelda that has been lost over time that I think still holds up and is really impressive. And I played the original Zelda the first time 4 years ago when I did that sprint in 2012, and I was immediately invested in what that game was selling. And like I think there is something magical in that game that has not appeared in any other Zelda games, and it would not be popular by like the modern player base. Like there would absolutely be a fan base for that today. So I think in some ways saying it doesn't hold up is a little is a little off the point, because I think if you made a game like that, there would be a lot of people who would like it, and it would hold up for those people. The difference is that in the 80s, those were the only people playing games, and today the game-playing base has expanded tremendously, and that group of people is just a small percentage of people who play games now. So by, like, relatively speaking, it seems like fewer people would enjoy it, so it maybe appears like it doesn't have the same impact that it would. But I think that kind of game design absolutely does have a place. I think Dark Souls has proven that, and I think if the internet did not exist and you couldn't have wikis and you didn't have internet comments, I think Dark Souls would be every bit as obtuse as the original Zelda.
Yeah, I think Dark Souls without hits
probably way more.
Yeah, literally
Zelda.
Yeah, literally the only difference between now and 30 years ago is that we have the internet. I think the original Zelda is a fantastic game.
I agree. It is a fantastic game, and it is one of those things that totally engrosses you if you. I don't want to say have the right mindset, because that sounds dismissive. Oh, you weren't playing it right or whatever. But like, I went into that game just like Paul was saying, and we had a totally different experience going into it, saying I'm not going to look anything up. I'm going to do this, and busted out graph paper to draw the map so that I could like find my way around better. And that experience of playing that game, which was like 5 years ago or whatever, was super like engrossing, and I really got into it in a way that doesn't happen very often anymore.
Games don't prompt it anymore, and like, I mean, you think about something like Skyward Sword, which is excluding Link Between Worlds, which is a little bit of a throwback game. Like, Skyward Sword is kind of like the newest quote-unquote modern one, and like, you look at how linear that game is and how much it tries to guide. I mean, even down to things
how much
like
tutorials there are.
Yeah, tutorials and the reminder text. Like, it's a very different game. Like the path Zelda games have gone since then has changed so much.
But even like Breath of the Wild, they've said we want to go back to that exploration spirit of the original game. So we might actually see that again in Zelda, and it remains to be seen how well that will be received. But
but at the same time, I don't want to say anybody is wrong for not enjoying that style of game. So it's just for me, and it sounds like for Justin, that sort of exploration-focused challenge that the game presents was something that we really got into.
Right, and I think just for me, the way that I play video games, I'm just fine with like the exploration and that kind of stuff. I just need a map, and it doesn't have to be like a filled out map, but like think about a game like Link's Awakening. There was a map that I could use to figure out where I needed to go in general. It's like, hey, I haven't been to this spot yet,
right.
And Zelda, the original one, didn't have that. Sure. And whenever I look at that versus some of the other games, some of the other 2D games that are on this list, I feel like that a lot of the other 2D games have actually iterated in a way to where they didn't necessarily lose that sense, but they did provide better in-game tools for you to explore more effectively, I guess is maybe the best way to say it. So, if it's not going to go, at say like number 10, I certainly look at a game like the Minish Cap, and to me the Minish Cap has iterated on the original Zelda so much and in so many ways that there is no timeline where I'm going to say that the original Zelda is better than Minish Cap, and that could just be my personal list, and that's fine. Right. But there's not enough to help me as the player play through that game without doing like what you're saying, which is busting out the graph paper and trying to make your own map, and that's not something that I'm personally ever going to enjoy.
Right.
Which is probably why this game is going to be lower on my list than some other people's.
Yeah.
So
I guess just to circle back to my point, to my opinion, Zelda 2, like you said, Flex, is a game that sits close to some other games. Like, I feel like my top and bottom tiers I was pretty comfortable with, but a lot of the stuff in between I was like, well, depending on how I feel and what mood I'm in, the original Zelda could be like number 5 or it could be number 10. But I did feel like the more modern games, which I enjoyed, like A Link Between Worlds and Skyward Sword, like kind of eclipsed the original experience. Whereas some of the modern kind of less inspired Zeldas like Phantom Hourglass, were clearly below. So that's kind of my take on it. It's pretty close, but I would put it above Minish Cap, but it's a close call. But I do feel like kind of middle/bottom of the list is an appropriate place for the original Legend of Zelda.
The debate between the Minish Cap, I'm actually those are very close for me. But so the toggle between those, I'm not very particular about. There are things I like better about one versus the other, and vice versa. I think Minish Cap does have a lot of modern niceties, and it feels better, like controls better, and like it's a it's a charming game. It looks great, like it has solid dungeon design, and then you just heard all this positive stuff said about Zelda, the original. What I do feel very strongly about is that both of those are better than Skyward Sword.
I mean, I totally disagree, but
Nate's not here right now. I'll be curious where he lands on that because he's played all three. But like for me, like the distinction there is kind of what I hinted at earlier, is like Skyward Sword feels like such a, despite how long it is, like a lot of it feels kind of bloated and unnecessary, and that game feels like this big thing that's trying to be this, like, I'm trying to find the right words for it, but it's trying to be like this really flashy guided experience that like gets people to see this beautiful world and see this good story, which are its good points. But in doing so, it kind of removes a lot of the player agency in a way that for me was off-putting. It feels like a more guided tour of what's going on in that world, and like you see that in the world design and the way the areas are broken up, and like there's just not a lot of room to explore in that game. And then the way you backtrack to the areas, like that game feels like it's yanking you through it at its pace, and you see it in the tutorials and the reminder text as well, rather than letting you get out and explore world. And I think a lot of the spirit of Zelda has been lost in Skyward Sword that shows up, especially in the original Zelda, and it still exists to an appreciable degree in stuff like the Minish Cap. And like that's the main thing I come back to when I know I've hyped on Skyward Sword a lot, but like I have a lot of really fundamental problems with that game, and that is another one of them. That becomes especially stark when you're comparing that to the original Zelda that had that explorative and adventurous spirit.
So I think and we knew this might be our toughest point to get into, and we haven't even talked about Majora's Mask as a candidate for
I was just staying quiet and hoping it would fly under the radar.
When did you get back?
Should we take like a 2-minute break and then come back and find a way to kind of put these 3 or 4 games side by side and kind of settle on which spot, one will earn the number 10 spot?
Yeah, I do support a quick break because I need to use a restroom break, but I don't really want to leave the discussion. How much of what I was just saying did you just hear, Nate?
I just got back a second ago.
Okay. So. I was basically...
Yeah, why don't we take and if you want to reiterate those points.
I'll recap to Nate.
I would probably argue for the Minish Cap being the strongest candidate, and I don't know, maybe Majora's Mask. I didn't play that game. But maybe we take a break and then we put these games side by side and see if we can kind of settle on a 10.
Okay. Just real quick, recap what I just said, Nate. Ryan was trying to suss out the difference between Zelda 1 and Minish Cap, and I said for me those two are pretty close.
They are pretty close for me too.
But the main thing I feel strongly about is that those are above Skyward Sword, and I basically went into a spiel about how the original, especially the original Zelda, and even games like Minish Cap have such a bigger explorative spirit than Skyward Sword, and how Skyward Sword feels a lot more linear, and like the way it's diced up its world and has tutorials and reminder text, like it feels like a more guided experience that's meant to like show you the graphics and the story, and like it's admittedly good traits, but like I feel like Skyward Sword of every game on this list is like the least Zelda in the sense of like you're not going on an adventure.
Right.
I don't know if that clicks or makes sense to you, but that's the argument I was putting out there.
Right.
I assume you at least understand what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, definitely.
So that's what I laid out there, and I got to use the restroom.
Wait for everybody to get back. Yeah, go ahead.
And then,
Take 5.
Yep.
Take 2.
Yeah, more like 2. But yeah, we're stuck on this middle tier.
Yeah.
So number 10, maybe we could each. I don't know if we want to like each. I would say maybe like pitch our candidate for the number 10 slot, and then all kind of maybe we all kind of voice our pick, or there are different ways we could do this, but
yeah, I mean, I don't think. I mean, we can see how the votes goes. This might work out right, but there's also a difference of like.
Or we could talk about all 4 of these games and see if we could come to a consensus. Like, I guess by 4 games, I mean the 4 games that we kind of have listed in our middle tier.
Yeah. Which, to reiterate at this point, are the original Zelda, Minish Cap, Skyward Sword, and Majora's Mask. Those are the 4 we're trying to figure out.
Did you guys?
So I know Ryan has not played Majora's Mask. Paul, have you played Majora's Mask?
Yes, I've actually beaten it a couple of times.
Okay. Everyone but Paul has played Skyward Sword, is that right?
Mm-hmm.
Everyone but Garrison has played Minish Cap? Is that right?
Sounds correct.
And has anyone not played the original?
I have not.
Okay. So we have basically all but one person has played each of these.
Right. So if we're talking about nominating for number 10, I mean, I would just go right up to the top tier and bring down Link's Awakening, but
Wow.
Out of all the things that aren't going to happen, that one's not going to happen the most.
That's a surprise.
I mean, that's not too far off where I would have Link's Awakening, but I would also pull down some of these mid-tier games first.
Of the mid-tier games, I would probably put Majora on the bottom for me, but I know there's at least one strong opposition to that.
I think 10's a little too low for Majora. Maybe like 7 is where I'd put it.
I think 10's a good spot for Majora as long as we put Skyward Sword below it and bump the Oracles above it.
I will not agree to that.
That's right, Flex. Make enemies.
I love you,
I feel like for me, I would probably put Minish Cap, but just because I haven't played it and therefore I have no attachment to it, and I like other games. But I can't really defend that choice because literally just I'm putting it there because I can't really rank it.
Is Garrison the only defender of Majora's?
Of the entire remaining game list.
It sounded like Paul likes it fairly well.
Yeah, I don't know that I'd put Majora at 10. I'd rather see Majora above the original. Like I'm still pretty solid about putting the original somewhere near the bottom of these 4. I think that Majora's Mask and Minish Cap are both better games. And I haven't played Skyward Sword, but obviously there's a lot of words to talk about that one, so I'll just let you guys hash that out. But to me, it's the original, then Majora's Mask, then Minish Cap from bottom to top.
Unfortunately, I didn't have a chance to play Majora's, or maybe we could have a stronger leaning one way or the other.
But you know you'd love it, right? You'd love it. Because what's not to love?
I have a feeling like it wouldn't be at the bottom of my list, but it probably wouldn't be at the top either. It'd probably be
Majora's Mask was originally called Zelda Gaiden.
Yeah, it's a side story.
It is a side story in the Zelda universe.
Much like Link's Awakening.
Yes.
So basically,
it was
what we're
slapped together in 1 year, and it's amazing. Like, despite that, or because of it, like either way, it's.
So a vote from Paul would put Zelda 1 at 10. A vote from me would put Minish at 10. A vote from Plex would put Skyward Sword at 10. And I guess that leaves Nate and Garrison.
My vote was still Minish Cap, but again, I feel like it kind of comes with asterisks because it's just.
Yeah, it's
the one you haven't played.
Yeah, I think it's weird to vote down things you haven't played.
So what's Nathan's choice for number 10?
my number 10 would be either Link's Awakening or Majora's Mask.
I hate you so much.
But I love you.
Oh, man.
So we have basically no agreement on the middle tier at all.
No way to resolve this.
It's looking pretty rough.
So as far as Zelda 1 goes, I haven't played it, but I'm always going to be a really strong defender of like things that were good for their time. And because like Zelda 1, like because of all the stuff it did at its time, like I would not put it at number 10. I couldn't put it that low.
Yeah, that would be the highest one out of the middle tier for me.
I would agree that I don't think it's a number 10 slot game. Maybe like an 8 or a 9. I do think that there are newer Zeldas that I like better, but I think 10 would be a little too low for it.
I'm with Nate that Minish Cap's about equal, but the original Zelda of these games is pretty much at the top of these four.
So, I mean, maybe why don't we just, I know Paul would vote for it, but it sounds like the rest of us would probably not put the original Legend of Zelda in the number 10 slot. Probably
Correct.
be at least a little bit higher.
All right, so should we then have Garrison tell us why Majora's should not be number 10?
Where would you like me to start?
Wherever you want to.
I think that is a good starting point.
So I'm curious, those who don't like Majora's Mask, when did you play it, and have you only played it once, or have you played it multiple times?
I played it once when it came out.
I played it when it came out, and then once again in college.
Did you play it in college? I don't remember that.
Yes.
So for me, like, I played it first when it first came out, and I didn't beat it back then, but I got a good chunk of the way through, and I didn't love it. And then I played it again. It must have been grad school, because I don't think it was in college. Because if it was, I'm sure I would have remembered Nathan and everyone else telling me how to play.
You're playing it wrong.
You're not supposed to wear the hover boots the whole game, Garrison.
Shut up. I love the hover boots. So I played Ocarina of Time in college, and literally everyone was backseat Zeldaing me. It was... it kind of got infuriating, actually. So it was really on the second playthrough of Majora's Mask where I just really, I fell in love with it. Because I will agree, its dungeon design is not the best in the series, but I really do enjoy the dungeons. Snow Point and especially Stone Tower Temple, to me, are really great Zelda dungeons. And I'm pretty sure I'm the only person who actually loves Snow Point Temple, so that's probably just me. But I think Snow Point, people can agree Stone Tower, people probably agree is a pretty good dungeon.
It is, yes, I would agree.
But really, the game is pretty much the side quest and the way the world develops over 3 days. And I think that is what really pushes it above and beyond for me, because you have all of these characters who have a lot more personality than a lot of other Zelda characters. And instead of just 3 days, you get to really see those characters like change over those 3 days in the way you can like interact with their lives and really like make things better for them. Like those side quests are far and above anything else any Zelda game's ever done before. The personality is so great. The whole atmosphere of the game. And again, like the way you see the characters start to freak out when the as the days progress on, the sword trainer guy who like is all like I'm not afraid, and you go on like the last 6 hours, he's like cowering in his in the back of his shop. It was like, to me, like that is so great. It's just a unique touch you don't see in video games because you don't get that same passage of time.
Right.
Except maybe like an RPG, so it's like you progress through the story. But usually at that point, with RPGs, there are so many tales, so many characters, you don't see that same progression because it's so big.
Right.
And Majora's Mask keeps everything very small. And like I get the point about it's not great world design. It's like, Clock Town and then 4 directions, 4 places. And I'll agree maybe it's not the best world design, but that tightness still helps with the atmosphere and the ways you can watch these characters change over 3 days. The time thing, again, like when I replayed in grad school, because I kind of knew what to do, the time was never an issue for me. Maybe trying to do some side quests, I might have run into some trouble with scheduling, but I think the clock mechanic added so much more to the game than it detracted. And maybe when it's your first time through, it can be hard to figure out things. And I'm sure it is really frustrating if you get like almost to a dungeon, but then run out of time. But I'm not sure how often that happens, because the game is pretty good about guiding you in the right direction and giving you enough time. As long as you play the inverted Song of Time, you get what, like, is 1 hour, 1 minute, so you get a lot of time to get through. The masks are really cool. There's some cool gameplay stuff with transforming. Fierce Deity Link is pretty awesome. What am I forgetting? The Anju and Cafe quest is probably one of the best Zelda side quests of all time. It's really heartfelt because it really confronts death in a way that most of the Zelda games don't. Which I wouldn't put it like, it's not like it's not going to make you cry, but it has a lot of heart. A lot of Zelda games, like, even the plot, like, it can be enjoyable, but it's kind of generic. Whereas Majora's Mask really does something different. How's that sound?
Yeah, I think
you make a lot of good points.
Yeah. To touch on a few things in there, like, I think Majora's Mask is a really interesting. It's almost like it's almost like some weird thought or like philosophical piece in a way. Like that game's strengths are absolutely like its tone and the characters and the way you see them act over the few days. And I think that stuff is really cool. I also really do like that game's music a whole bunch. I think it's one of the more of the Zelda soundtracks, like that one doesn't get recognized enough. And that kind of feeds into the mood and stuff that's going on. But kind of going back to what I think is starting to become a common theme here, like a lot of that gets into like what do you want out of the game?
Yeah.
Out of these games, and like you clearly have a lot of passion for the narrative hooks of this game and the tone and that stuff, and I think
the atmosphere,
and the atmosphere, and I think that stuff it does is really strong. And if that's what we were ranking them on, I would actually say it's a top tier game. But I think a lot of the more gameplay design is a little rougher, and I also think that like a good book or thought piece. Hearing you say that when you first played it, you didn't really get into it, but going back the second time was kind of what revealed it to you. I think that says a lot because, like when I'm playing a game, because games are big time, like games take a long time to play. And if I'm not getting what I want out of one playthrough, like asking me to play through a game a second time before I quote unquote get it, like that's a tall ask. I think that's a tough row for a game to hoe. So I feel like that can kind of hurt it a little bit. Like it's one of these things that like I think if it was like a book or something that you could go back and flip pages and like regather things more quickly rather than having to play through a game again. I think that could help get those ideas across.
But guess what? You can, because you can go through any day and then just do all the side quests all over.
I guess that's true.
Again.
Maybe I wonder if that was in their thought process at all. The other thing I jotted down about the time stuff is like if you are just trying to get to a dungeon, I think you might be right that like generally with the way the game's designed, like you wouldn't run out of time that often. But one of like the core tenets for a Zelda game for me, and this is also something I've hyped on in Skyward Sword, is that like most Zelda games encourage exploration in a really great way. And I think the second you put a time limit on something, that deters you from exploring. So like even if you go towards the dungeon, you're not going to run out of time. If I have a time limit, it makes me always second guess exploring. It makes it to be something that it feels like the game's not encouraging. Mm-hmm. So like that to me can put a little damper on that as well. Majora's Mask is very much a game of like highs and lows. I think for me ultimately it sits a little more on the low end because the gameplay design, like the world design, the dungeon design, and that stuff feels a little rote and doesn't really stand out that much. But I think as far as ideas and story stuff, like it does some really interesting things for sure.
So I definitely agree with the point about like if you have to play a game a second time to appreciate it, like that's not really a strength. Mm-hmm. But I do think like playing it a second time, there probably is a big difference because like you don't feel the same time pressure. The point about exploration is also well taken, but I think that goes back to world design too, is that it's not a big sprawling Hyrule field with little nooks and crannies to discover. Like it does kind of generally not really railroad you, but it does push you in these certain directions. So you can kind of like, you won't go to the snow area and the water area the same like time cycle, but that's okay because you don't quite have to.
Yeah.
I think then the Bomber's Notebook does a good job of helping you kind of keep track of what's going on. But, you know, if you don't have a guide, good luck trying to get every single little side quest completed in a reasonable fashion without like doing a separate time cycle for each individual one. Yeah. But as far as gameplay goes, like, again, it's not my favorite dungeons, but I think the masks add a lot of good variety. Like, because Deku Link and Goron Link and Zora Link all play very differently and have fun little gimmicks. I think that adds a lot of, you know, some fun new challenges to the dungeons. And the items are pretty generic, because basically the Ocarina of Time items. But, you know, it's enjoyable enough, and I think the dungeon design is solid, if not the best. And I also really enjoy Goron racing. That was really fun.
Also, there's a giant smiling moon in the sky the whole time. That's kind of rad.
That's not a smile. That's it's much more nefarious.
That's a smile, Paul.
Oh no. Well, and I mean, you know, while Garrison was talking, it did make me think that that's probably the only Zelda game that I actually have recollections of the individual characters in a way, like the way that they're reacting to things. You know, like when the moon's coming down. So I think that there's something to be said that, you know, it's I wouldn't call it character driven by any stretch of the imagination, but you know, it's not something that you see in all the Zelda games. I mean, obviously you've got, you know, characters that you're gonna have some memorability, but you know, I think that one did a little more to paint these people as three-dimensional rather than just, you know, like, you walk, the first time you walk into Lon Lon Ranch, like, there's Malon and Talon, and there's the guy whose name I forgot, but he looks like Luigi, you know. But fundamentally, those are static characters throughout the entire game, you know, and like, they're fine, and, you know, they have some funny lines, and there's some funny moments, but they're just who they are, you know. You don't ever learn anything really about them, whereas you watch how everyone's reacting to the end of the world, and that's just something that's kind of neat that they did.
I think, like, for my money, I think Majora's Mask and Skyward Sword share. I mean, we have them in the same tier, so that's why the comparisons are jumping out. But I think they share similar strengths and weaknesses in that they both have grander narrative ambitions than probably almost any game on this list, but they have gameplay stumblings. And
so you and I can agree, though, that Majora's Mask is better than Skyward Sword, right?
Majora's Mask better than Skyward Sword?
Yeah.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, that's
I
not
haven't
a
played
question.
Majora's Mask, so I can't comment on that.
That's no question. Majora's Mask, I think Majora's Mask has a more interesting story than Skyward Sword, and it plays fine. Dungeon design, I don't know. World design, they're probably on par, but the act of playing Majora's Mask at least works. And I might like its narrative hooks a little more. But I think both of those games, like, the main positives I've heard for both of those games are very much story and narrative driven and tone and those kind of things. And I think that's why these games are proving divisive, because for some people that weighs a lot more, and then for others, like, the gameplay missteps can hurt a lot more.
I mean, and to be clear, again, I think Skyward Sword had some perhaps the best gameplay moments. So I don't want it to be set in stone that that's some kind of detraction to it. Just
it's a
your
detractor
personal,
for some of us, though.
Yeah, your personal opinion is that it's not.
Right. Yeah, but that seems to be the split on those two games: is the people who like them like the story stuff, and the people who don't have problems with the gameplay stuff.
But I still think the gameplay of Majora's Mask. I mean, I think the gameplay of Skyward Sword is fine too. But I think the gameplay of Majora's Mask is
it's
not the
Ocarina
best.
gameplay.
But I definitely like. There are things in like Twilight Princess and Wind Waker that drive me a lot crazier than anything Majora's Mask.
The basic controls of Majora are 100% Ocarina. Like the world design and dungeon design, like that part of the gameplay falls down a little more for me. But the act of controlling it is 100% Ocarina, which is fine.
Nathan, what do you think about Majora's Mask?
I feel like we've pretty much covered all that ground. I think that the world design outside of basically, I think this goes back to what we were saying earlier, like when we were first grouping these. So I think that all the stuff related to the city and the mood of the city and the characters is all really interesting and can be really cool when it works right, which it does do sometimes. But everything, for the most part, the stuff outside when you're going through the world or going through dungeons, I just didn't find myself really enjoying any of those parts that much. And we've pretty much said that. I think that's pretty much where I stand on that game as a whole. I feel like, it does do some cool things with the city and the timeline stuff, but the stuff that I really want in a Zelda dungeon or in a Zelda world exploration was not there for me. That being said, I think I feel like we're at a point where we can probably say our number 10 should be either Skyward Sword or Minish Cap.
So the consensus is that Majora's Mask is a little stronger than number 10.
I don't think the original Zelda is 10, from what I've heard.
It doesn't seem like it to me, and it doesn't seem like at least for Garrison and Justin, you guys both explicitly said Majora would be above Skyward, so that would make it not number 10 for you guys. I don't know how other people feel about that.
I mean, I would put Skyward above Majora's, but I haven't played Majora's, so
right.
I don't have a strong opinion if that goes in number 10 or another slot.
How would you place those two, Nate? Oh, well, yeah. So Paul and Ryan haven't played both, so yeah, and Garrison and I both like Majora's better. Okay.
Right. So I would put Skyward above Majora's, but I don't feel strongly enough about it to counteract you two, is what I'm saying.
To be fair, I don't feel that strongly about those two either. To me, those two actually occupy a very similar space in my mind.
To be fair, I feel very strongly.
I know you do.
Well, if we're talking about Majora's versus Skyward, like, I also feel very strongly.
Here's the thing. Like, I've said a lot of things about Skyward Sword, and I obviously feel very strongly that should be number 10. And the main thing I keep coming back to, and I said this part during the break, is like, its best things are its visuals and its story stuff. And the way the gameplay drags so much and feels like it's pulling you through kind of a guided experience. Like, I think, given how long that game is, I would have rather just read the story beats than have to play through that game to get the story beats. I think there's some good dungeons in there, but I think there's too much filler in there for what they're trying to accomplish, and that game just does not come together to me well. And I will stop harping on Skyward Sword at this point. You guys know how I feel about that game. Mm-hmm. That's clearly what I think needs to go next. I feel very strongly that Majora's Mask I'm not as strong on. I feel very strongly that every other game we have left, though, should go above it. I'm not going to harp on it anymore because we can't keep going in these circles.
Yeah. We just need to get this thing moving here, which is why I'm saying I think the best consensus vote we can come up with, which isn't the best for everybody, would be Skyward Sword at 10. Like, that wouldn't be my pick, but I'm willing to concede that.
I would. I mean, if it's coming down to that, I will put a very strong foot down that Minish Cap goes there. Like, I mean, I would be really unhappy to see Skyward Sword as low as number 9 to begin with. Like, especially considering how, like, even in our last discussion, it felt like my strongest. In the last discussion, I had a low opinion of Galaxy, which ended up at the top, and in this discussion, like, you have a low opinion of Skyward Sword and it ends up in the bottom. Like, I would not feel very happy about that.
2 counterpoints to that. One, there's expecting continuity between discussions is not not going to work.
No, I mean,
the other thing about that is I wasn't the only one who thought Galaxy was top 3. Everyone else did. And I don't know that anyone else thinks Skyward Sword's top 3.
I get that there's a consensus and that there's no continuity. It's just I did want to make a point that, like, I don't feel like my arguments are invalid, even though.
And I pretty much feel like I agree with you on most of the points about Skyward Sword, and I'm actually open to putting Minish Cap next instead of Skyward Sword.
I would be willing to have Minish Cap at 10 and Skyward Sword at 9. I think 10's way too low for Minish Cap, but I also know that Ryan thinks 9 is way too low for Skyward Sword, and I'm willing to make that compromise if that gets us moving.
And then The Legend of Zelda rises to the top again.
Anybody have strong opposition to Minish Cap at 10 and Skyward Sword at 9?
I'm fine with it. I mean, I think that Minish Cap's definitely a lot higher on my personal list, but at the same time, just for the sake of moving this along, I'm not gonna put up too much of a fight about it.
Yeah, I mean, this isn't a happy compromise. I do feel like that, one person's strong distaste of Skyward Sword has kind of weighed a little too heavily. Whereas in previous debates,
I don't know what debates you're talking about.
One person's strong opinion made no move on the needle.
I think it's a combination of some problems with Skyward Sword that we can all agree on that are problems without. And that doesn't mean the controls, because I know you and I like the controls, but in terms of the pacing and stuff. And then people have one of these other games, or maybe more, that they really like. Like, both me and Justin really like Zelda 1, and Garrison really likes Majora's Mask. So it's just hard to balance all those things.
And I think once we start getting to the top tier, like, every single game, Skyward Sword's going to move up above. Someone's going to fight it.
No, I mean, I wasn't even trying to fight to get Skyward Sword in the top tier. It's just really disheartening to see it, like, consistently going. Of course, I would put it on top of all these mid-tier games, but, putting it below, like, the Minish Cap and the Legend of Zelda is not. And again, like, I think that game has by far the strongest story and design, and those things matter a lot to me. Like, in the games like Twilight Princess, like, one of the things that fell short is that game hinges a lot on its story, and it, in some ways, isn't always consistent or, and makes sense. Its art style is kind of the same. Like, So, I guess if we do 9 and 10 for Skyward Sword and Minish Cap, that's not a happy compromise for me, but it's something
right.
I can live with, I guess.
Okay. I mean, if we want to bring down Link's Awakening, I'm still fine with that.
Yeah, I'd be up for that too.
I could be convinced.
So
I strongly do not think Link's Awakening is a top tier game. Personally,
I really don't either. So
I really like Link's Awakening, but I could be convinced to bring it down.
I like Skyward Sword better than Link's Awakening, but that's asking for a big trade, right? Like moving down the top 5 game.
Well, I mean, is Paul the only one who feels really strongly about Link's Awakening?
The Minish Cap is not better than Link's Awakening by far.
Yeah.
I think there are multiple of us who would disagree with that.
Nope, I actually fully agree with Ryan on that one. Link's Awakening is a better game than Minish Cap.
I think we're split 2 and 2 on that one.
Nope, Garrison.
So is it really pronounced Minish? I always thought it was Minish.
It's Minish. Yeah, it's
I think
Minish.
we keep going back and forth.
I think you're also on board with Link's Awakening being the better game too, Garrison.
I haven't played Minish Cap.
That's what I'm
saying. I did love Link's Awakening, but I also have not played it in 15 years now, which is crazy to think about.
Of the people
so it's really hard to.
Yeah, of the people who've played both, I think we're split.
Yeah.
But I think the people who like Link's Awakening more, I think the gulf there is bigger. That Link's Awakening should end up above Minish Cap.
And to me too, it does go back to I will always give a lot of credit to things for their time. And so I think about 1993 Link's Awakening versus 2002.
That sounds close enough. With it.
Wait, which game? Sorry.
Oh yeah, 2004 Minish Cap.
Yeah,
versus
2005 in the U.S. It was a little delayed from Japan.
So I mean, again, not that that means that you should only consider its contemporaries, but I do think that for its time, Link's Awakening is impressive. But I would also be okay with bringing it down.
I basically would just want to check because I don't hold any real affinity for Link's Awakening. If other people feel strongly enough about it, that's fine, but I didn't want to put Link's Awakening way up there and have Skyward Sword that somebody definitely feels pretty strongly about and that I really like too and that I think Garrison likes pretty well get dropped below Awakening if that's not something that somebody's really hanging on to.
I mean, so Link's Awakening, I would put above Minish Cap in the original, but below Skyward Sword, personally.
Yeah, basically what I'm saying is I could see Minish Cap 10, Link's Awakening 9, and Skyward Sword 8. But you guys fight me on that because that's just a suggestion.
I mean, I don't know. Link's Awakening is so, at least to me, it is so good in so many different ways. For my personal list, I've got it number 2. So, I'm not saying it's going to get there in the final list, but there's a big difference between 2 and 9.
Yeah,
I really enjoy playing that game, and I've actually got rid of basically all my Game Boy stuff. I kept my Game Boy Color, and I kept 2 games. One of those 2 games was Link's Awakening, and every so often I'll just turn it on and I'll just play for 20 minutes. Not that I'm actually doing anything, but running around and watching the intro cinematic over and over again. But I mean, it's still got a lot. I've got a lot of happy memories tied up there. I mean, I really enjoy playing that game, and if I ever did decide to go back and play a Zelda out of this list, the only Zelda that I'm ever really going to go back to and play again at this point is probably Link's Awakening. So if everyone else decides to drop it down, of course I'll do it, begrudgingly. But I really do think that it is one of the top games that's come out in this entire series.
That sounds like a chunk of that is nostalgia, which is not necessarily invalidate your feelings, but it. I first played it not first played it, but I played it a few years ago when I was doing my Zelda sprint, and it didn't didn't stand out to me quite nearly as much.
I mean, I went through a lot of the technical stuff for why I thought it was going to be why it should be in the top bucket, before. So I didn't want to rehash a lot of those same arguments.
Yeah,
but
that's fair.
Nate was asking, does anyone feel strongly? Oh, I feel strongly.
Yeah.
Yeah, and again, I do think I would like to see Skyward Sword above it, but I don't think it should be drug out of the top tier to make that trade, because then we're putting it below the original, we're putting it below Majora's Mask, below Twilight Princess. I wouldn't agree with any of those things.
I would be fine with all those, but yeah, that's fine, because we did put it in the top tier for a reason.
So the way it ends up, that each of us have a game that's really nearly dear to our hearts and top tier, that's going to be in one of these really crap 8-9 slots.
Right.
Yeah, I feel I tend to be the biggest loser in these debates.
Well, that may just mean you have the most diverse or different opinion. I also think
specific games.
Yeah. And depending on where Majora's Mask lands, Garrison might be commiserating with you. I don't know. Yeah, it sounds like we have a lot of stiff resistance for pulling Link's Awakening down.
Okay.
I mean, I also like it better than Skyward Sword, obviously, but
I think you might be the only one
that likes Link's Awakening better than Skyward.
But Paul does.
Yeah, Paul definitely does. I think
Paul didn't play Skyward.
Right.
Paul would hate Skyward.
This we don't know.
Yeah, we can't.
Yeah.
I can speculate that you might, but we can't say for sure. Yeah, I mean, whatever comes.
Let's continue.
Minish cap at 10 always
Yeah, I'm not gonna fight this out.
I think we're at the point now where any ordering is going to hurt someone.
Yeah, I think the next games we put down are going to be bad for somebody. I think the most consensus vote might be put Skyward Sword next. Although,
why don't we write it out and then kind of look at it? And
if we're doing the consensus, Garrison said it was one of the least favorite ones he played because you were the one who nominated it for bottom tier. It's obviously my least favorite of what we have left. Ryan's the staunch defender of it, but at this point we have a staunch defender of every game left. Right. And so the only one I guess I don't really know where it places who's played it is Nate. Is Skyward Sword a top tier near and dear for you, or okay?
No, the difference for me between Majora's Mask and Skyward Sword is not huge. Certainly not big enough to offset Garrison's feelings about Majora's.
Right. So that's I guess that's where the consensus thing, yeah.
But I think we're at the point where, Majora has one staunch defender, Skyward has one staunch defender. Legend of Zelda, I feel like me and Justin both really like, but maybe aren't as adamant about as they are about those other games.
Not individually, yeah.
So it's kind of like those all three are really close as far as the group is concerned. And it's just hard to pick which one goes where.
Yeah, based on the consensus, I'm not going to continue arguing Skyward Sword. I will bow out that Flex has had his will with this one. Even though of course I've made my points and I disagree.
All right, so we got Minish Cap at 10, Skyward Sword coming in at 9.
And then
it doesn't get any easier.
No, I kind of know where some of us stand on
hard.
Legend of Zelda, and we know where
old games are bad.
So Ryan, where do you stand on Majora versus Zelda 1?
Well, he hasn't played Majora.
I haven't played Majora's.
Right, that's right. Okay.
Unfortunately, I think that might have smoothed this discussion out a little bit.
Yeah, you're.
I actually bought a copy to play and just didn't have time to finish it, so it could have helped put Majora's at the top or bottom spot.
Well,
for that decision.
Then given that, I think it makes, and you can tell me if I'm wrong, I think it makes the most sense to have the next decision be Zelda 1, and that is because me and Dustin both like it. Garrison hasn't played it, but he loves Majora's Mask. Paul doesn't want Zelda to be high at all for some reason.
Paul didn't like it, right?
I didn't like it.
Did not enjoy it.
Yeah, no, I just didn't like it.
That's fair.
So we've spent a lot of time on Skyward Sword, but for my personal preferences, Majora's barely ahead of Skyward Sword.
Right.
I feel like it may be a little disingenuous to say that Zelda can get above Skyward Sword but not above Majora's because they both had a staunch defender. There's no great ordering here, but
yeah, I'm saying Zelda doesn't really have a staunch defender, and it has at least one person who definitely doesn't want it high.
Yeah, I mean, since I didn't play Majora's Mask, this is hard for me to weigh in on. My opinion on The Legend of Zelda is that, like I said, I did feel like the modern games have improved. I don't know that Majora's Mask, if I had played it, would be something I would necessarily put above it, but at the same time, I feel like Legend of Zelda for me sits kind of bottom middle. And I guess if we put it at number 8, it would be sort of in that spot. Not because it has aged poorly or it wasn't a magical game when it came out or anything like that. It's just a lot of these top 5 or so games are really, really good. I would argue probably better than the original. So I don't know if that makes it any easier or harder, but I don't have a strong opinion on which of these two games goes at 7 and which goes at 8. But at the same time, I do feel like the newer games that I've enjoyed have definitely kind of displaced Zelda as a top half game.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, I mean, it sounds like me, Flex, Paul, and Garrison might have a little more of a preference that Zelda be in the number 8 slot. And
right.
I'm fairly strongly that Zelda's better, but yeah, if Paul really wants it down, and I know Garrison really wants Majora's up.
Right. That's kind of the point I'm making. There's a strong opponent to Zelda 1 and a strong supporter of Majora, so that's kind of hard to.
The original Zelda's great.
That's great, Paul.
The original Zelda is great.
That's great.
Make Zelda great again, right? So we're looking at The Legend of Zelda at 8 and Majora's Mask at 7.
Garrison, are you okay with putting Majora's Mask at 7?
I'm willing to push it higher, but I was also willing to settle for it at 9, so I'm content.
Well, now that we know that you're settling for 9.
I would have felt the same way about Skyward Sword. That was my hope, was to get it at the top middle, and it fortunately, I could not garner the support.
I love you, Ryan.
I will say, though,
I'm going to stab you in the heart, Flex.
Skyward Sword is still my bottom pick. And when I think about trying to compare to the Oracle games, it's kind of just probably depends on which day I play. I prefer one. But I do really enjoy Skyward Sword for what it did. I just got really frustrated with the things it did poorly in a way that I didn't with other Zelda games. So I do really enjoy Skyward Sword.
I mean, it makes me feel better that at least you also put it down a little bit. But we can continue. I'm not gonna bemoan this decision too much longer.
All right. So to recap, before we get into this final stretch, we have ordered our bottom and middle tiers. The ordering we have as of now is at number 15 is Spirit Tracks, number 14 is Zelda 2. 13 is Phantom Hourglass, 12 is Oracle of Seasons, 11 is Oracle of Ages, 10 is The Minish Cap, 9 is Skyward Sword, 8 is the original Zelda, and 7 is Majora's Mask.
All right, on to number 6. And I would like to make a nomination from the top tier list. I would like to nominate Twilight Princess, the number 6 slot.
Ooh.
All of these are going to hurt. except for Link's Awakening, that should be numbers.
Yeah, my pick would be Link's Awakening, but that would be the only one I would pick over Twilight to go at 6.
Great, so do we need to have the battle it out between Link's Awakening and Twilight Princess? Anybody else have something they feel strongly should be number 6?
Garrison, did you play both Link's Awakening and Twilight Princess?
I did.
Where do you come down? I mean, obviously there are other games that we could take into consideration, like Wind Waker, or even Link to the Past, but between those two games, Twilight Princess and Link's Awakening, like, where do you fall?
That's really hard. So again, like I'm thinking about, like I haven't played Link's Awakening since '99. Link's Awakening is still my favorite of the 2D Zeldas I played. So I didn't love Link to the Past, but I'm not gonna hold that back from being number 2 or number 1 or whatever people decide on that, because I know that's literally just me. So I do really like Link's Awakening. I like Twilight Princess's better parts a lot better. But I do also get really annoyed with the start of Twilight Princess because of just how tedious it is and how slow it is.
You don't like herding sheep?
I don't like herding sheep. I don't like the first dungeon. And I don't like any Wolf Link part.
Yeah.
Right.
I could see an argument for Twilight Princess being 6 based on like the amount of bloat and stuff it has that we've talked about with some of these other games that have already been placed lower on the list.
Like Skyward Sword.
Yeah, like Skyward Sword is the most direct comparison, but even the DS ones like Phantom Hourglass and Spirit Tracks, I think, share a lot of the same problems.
Yeah, I mean, I love the second half of Twilight Princess.
For my money, Twilight Princess has some of my favorite dungeons in the entire franchise.
Yes.
But I would say I could...
Oh, go ahead.
Sorry, go ahead. So I could be convinced to put Wind Waker lower than Twilight Princess, but I don't know. That might just be just me, and that will be, again, depending on which day you ask me, I might prefer one or the other.
I will not go with you on that journey.
I could put Wind Waker lower than it, but I don't really want either of them at 6, so I don't know.
I mean, I like Twilight Princess better than Link's Awakening, but I'm also detecting a lot of nostalgia and passion for Link's Awakening that I respect.
I'm surprised by the Link's Awakening.
Yeah, that to me is actually, of everything on this list, like that's the most surprising thing to me.
But I understand what people are saying about it, and that I have not played it in so long that I barely remember that game. So
I will say, my opinion comes with a heavy caveat that I have not played that game in 15 years, and could not tell you. Like, I couldn't tell you about many of the dungeons or the bosses, but the ones that I do remember, I'm like, oh yeah, that was really fun. I really enjoyed that. So.
Right.
Yeah, when I played the original Link's Awakening and the 2 Oracles, I played all 4 of those in a row. The original stuck out as being like a really interesting and unique and ambitious thing that had a spirit that none of the other Zelda games had. And then Link's Awakening and the 2 Oracles they all actually felt very similar. They actually kind of run together in my mind as being like good Zelda games, but nothing about them really stood out. I think Link's Awakening, because it came out so much earlier than the Oracles, did it first, and like I think that helped it stand out. And it was also the first handheld one. But I think like the actual nuts and bolts of its design is pretty straightforward.
And I guess like just to, and I mentioned some of this earlier on in the top tier discussion, but just to reiterate some of the points, like, so Twilight Princess actually would be a bottom tier game for me, but I knew that would be a tough sell, so I didn't try to make that pitch. But, I played through the game twice, once on the Wii, and recently finished the HD remaster on the Wii U. The first time I absolutely hated it. It was my least favorite Zelda game. The second time I actually mostly enjoyed it, but I do feel like some of the flaws, that have been pointed out as egregious for other games, like it was definitely a slow-paced game. Like, I felt like the dungeons were kind of long and tedious, which I know that's not a complaint for most people. The story beats, I think, and the art style didn't really click with me. So, and that's in no way to say it's a bad game. And the controls, it had some control issues. I felt like the opponent segments were not fun, climbing was not fun, like the combat was not snappy in some ways. So that's not to say it was a bad game. Like I said, in my second playthrough, I actually did enjoy it, and I kind of got a better appreciation for what they were trying to do. And, I had enough fun with it. I didn't feel like at any point I just wanted to absolutely quit the game. But based on all that, I would say it's one of the less enjoyable of the entire list, at least from my purview. And I guess, Paul, we haven't heard you weigh in on any of these games, but that would be my argument for putting it towards the bottom of this list.
Well, I'm really just sitting here biding my time, hoping the Twilight Princess goes in at 6. That means Link's Awakening is going to go at 5, and that's right where I want it to go.
Hearing it feels like those are the two next, and I think that ordering makes sense based on what I'm hearing.
Yeah, and Twilight Princess, you guys have really touched on basically everything that I was going to say, but the only thing that I think that I'll add about Twilight Princess, which puts it at 6 for me, is that I think that what Nintendo was trying to do was they released Ocarina of Time, and everyone's like, this is the best game ever. And then they released the Wind Waker, and then everyone lost their mind, even though Wind Waker was a good game, So then Nintendo said, all right, well, how about we give you Ocarina of Time again? And it's like, yay. Yeah. But it doesn't, it's missing something. It doesn't feel as... it's not new, it's not shiny, it feels a little clunky, and it's almost like it was released by a certain fan section of the internet, it's not a bad game, that's why we're going to put it at, probably at 6, but I really don't think that Nintendo put forth their, their best ideas because people had this outcry of, we want you to go make Ocarina of Time again, and that's just what they did, and that's what we got, and that just didn't really do it for me.
To me, it's like the Hollywood remake of Ocarina of Time. Just it's the same great game.
Yeah,
but
exactly.
With some unnecessary stuff packed in.
It's the remake featuring Michael Bay. That's what Twilight Princess is.
Yeah,
it's necessarily a bad thing. It's just not my favorite. But yeah, I also I probably like the 3D games more, so I could put it above Link's Awakening, but I could go either way on that. So
I would put it personally. I would put it above almost all of these games. I'm probably the biggest defender of Twilight Princess.
Personally, I would put it above Link's Awakening as well. I wouldn't put it above any of these other games, but I would absolutely go above Link's Awakening personally, and that's based on the dungeon design and what I was saying about Link's Awakening, where it seemed like a good, solid meat and potatoes thing, like we said about some of the other ones, but it didn't stand out. But
right.
I don't feel like... I don't think my passion... I think Nate is the strongest defender of Twilight here.
I'm pretty sure I am.
So then it's more like his passion, and then Paul and others have strong passion for Link. I feel like I'm kind of the flip of Garrison, where Garrison seems to slightly like Link's Awakening a little more, but could see the other way, and it's I like Twilight a little more.
I would probably ultimately put Twilight ahead.
Oh, okay. Well, never mind.
Probably. I'm just I'm trying to going back and forth in my head. I do think I do enjoy the 3D Zelda. I don't enjoy the 2D Zelda much in general, so I would probably put Twilight Princess above.
And Ryan, you liked Link's Awakening better, right, Ryan?
Again, Twilight Princess was near the bottom of my personal list, so I actually would put it below the next 4 games. I would put it above the Minish Cap, but I would put it below the next 3 games in the list.
Right. Okay. Yeah, I think it probably makes the most sense to go ahead and put Twilight Princess in at 6. If Link's Awakening is 5.
I could be convinced that the Wind Waker would be 5, but I'm not gonna fight that by any means. Like, I'm kind of like...
I will fight to prevent that by all means necessary.
I'm at a coin flip between those two games. Like, I remember playing and enjoying the Wind Waker, like, so I'm not going to fight that one hard, but I also think for its time, like, Link's Awakening was a pretty amazing Zelda game.
I mean, consider, in Wind Waker, Link looks stupid, so...
Link looked great! That's the best Link has ever looked.
No, but anyway.
So just as a side point, like, one of the things that I think Ocarina cursed us with, even though it's arguably the best Zelda game of all time, like,
we're gonna find out.
Cursed us with Young Link and Toon Link. Like, all the games since Ocarina, like, that, I don't even think that was a thing before Ocarina showed up.
Wait, what is happening? Why are we talking about Wind Waker Link looking bad?
I mean, he looks great.
He looks great!
From a story perspective, I've never really gotten behind the Kid Link as much as
I'm gonna blow your mind again, right here, Ryan. Every Link was Kid Link before Ocarina.
I disagree with that.
Yeah, I totally thought you were gonna say Ocarina cursed us with the introduction of Adult Link.
They were always kids before Ocarina.
I mean,
maybe
I missed something, but you could make an argument. I mean, even in the animated series, he was voiced by a teenager, right? Like,
yeah, and I mean, if you look in
a kid.
Yeah, well, if you look in like the manuals for the old games, I mean, they always had him drawn as like a generic 17-year-old, not a generic 10-year-old.
Yeah, he was never below like 14 years old in any of the old games, and you could argue that he was in like his early 20s.
We'll have to fact check this later, but regardless.
Post Ocarina, you have Majora's Mask, you have Wind Waker, you have Minish Cap, you have like, the Link Between Worlds. You have all these Kid Link games.
Regardless of whether, all right, let's chill out on the chat. Regardless of whether Link was or was not a kid before Ocarina, Wind Waker Link looks great.
Yeah, Wind Waker is either best or second best looking Zelda game.
I mean, I can say that the Wind Waker was the first Kid Link game that I kind of like got behind, and I was like, okay, I can see why they would do a Kid Link. But to me, like, considering like the types of monsters you're fighting and like, that you're like better than all these soldiers and heroes and like all these other people, like, it's like, okay, yeah, if you're like 18 in the prime of your like physique, like maybe you're special, but like if you're like 10 years old, like, really? That's a tangent, though.
Yeah.
I could go either way, though. Wind Waker or Link's Awakening at number 5.
I am strongly in favor of Link's Awakening, number 5.
I have no arguments. That's about as high as I was hoping that game would go. So, all right. Link's Awakening at number 5. Now we get down to the fun stuff. I feel like number 4's got to be a Link Between Worlds, personally.
I agree with that.
You think that game's better or worse than the Wind Waker?
Well, see, here's the thing. Like, I've not played a Link Between Worlds, but the other 3 games I know are really, really, really good. So I can't imagine a Link if a Link Between Worlds was better, then I would have heard more about it. That's kind of where I'm basing my argument off of.
I mean, what's the critical reception on that game? Like 9.2 in the modern era? Like,
yeah, and I mean,
it's pretty crazy.
Well, all of these, if you go to Metacritic for all these games, they're like 9.3, 9.4. I mean, heck, even Spirit Tracks got like a 9.1.
Yeah. First of all, I don't think bringing review averages in here solves anything. Secondly, I think every single one of these games has like a 9.2 average or higher, except like maybe Spirit Tracks or Phantom Hourglass.
Well, just making the point, if you're going to say, like, I think this game is bad because I haven't played it and haven't heard about it, like, it's like,
right.
Fact check, like, it's at least as good as all of these games.
I'm not saying it's bad, but the other 3 made almost a cultural impact in gaming that A Link Between Worlds hasn't. That's all I'm saying.
What I will say about these 4 games is I think I actually enjoyed playing A Link Between Worlds more than I ever enjoyed playing A Link to the Past. But if we want to give props to A Link to the Past for coming first, since so much of A Link Between Worlds is just A Link to the Past, then I'm fine with that. But I actually enjoy Link Between Worlds more.
Yeah,
that's kind of how I felt about it. Was like, those games are almost interchangeable to me, and it's kind of tough because the novelty of A Link to the Past is hard to write off, but at the same time, like, Link Between Worlds does a lot of stuff really well.
Yeah. Both of those games are great. I think I think if you go back and play them side by side, I think A Link to the Past has the better dungeons. A Link Between Worlds has smoother controls and that stuff. But I think A Link to the Past, in addition to coming, 20 years? Yeah, I think that's about right. 20 years
it is impressive.
Yeah, it's really impressive what they did with that game. I think even if even ignoring that, I think its dungeon design is better than A Link Between Worlds. Like, A Link Between Worlds were almost like weird. So the thing with A Link Between Worlds is that you can get items in any order.
Yeah.
But what that does is
it was a super smart touch.
It was, yes, and I really like that touch. But one thing it does do is it means they can't guarantee that you have multiple items with you in dungeons. So, like, they can guarantee you need one or two because they'll put, like, little checks at the entrance of the dungeon, be like, oh, you need to use this item to enter this dungeon. That way we know you have that item when you're in it. But they never really bank on more than one or two items at a time. So the dungeons, this is the literally, well, other than being more A Link to the Past, this is the only knock I have against A Link to the Between Worlds, because it's a fantastic game. But the dungeons designs never combine multiple items in the way that A Link to the Past or most of these Zelda games do.
Right. It doesn't have that same level of, like, slowly ramping up
exactly
throughout the game.
Yeah, I haven't.
By the end of the game, it can't rely on you having the full tool set to ramp up and build bigger puzzles and that kind of stuff, which I think lost a lot, or not a lot, but it lost something towards the end of that game. As it went on, it didn't feel like it built the same way a lot of Zelda games do. I mean, that said, I think A Link Between Worlds is absolutely a top 4 Zelda game. I think that game's incredible and super fun to play.
Yeah, I mean, I don't have a strong opinion on the next 3 in this list. Like, I could see them going any way. I would probably put the Wind Waker below A Link Between Worlds, but if we're going to talk about, what was good about A Link Between Worlds, I do think, like you said, it had some little story beats, like not much story, but it sort of tied in, had a few, like, interesting story surprises with kind of the dual worlds thing. Not super surprising, but just nice little plot twists. Like you mentioned, I thought getting the items up front was an incredibly smart design because, we've all played these Zelda games. Like, I'm sure there are a few people who haven't, but one of the things that drives me crazy about Zelda games, and I noticed this as I was playing both Twilight Princess and the Minish Cap recently, like, is you'll see a puzzle and you'll know how to solve it. And sometimes you played enough Zelda games where you even know what you need to solve it. But it's like, well, that's in probably 2 dungeons from now. I don't have that item now. Like, I'm not going to map this out. I'm not going to remember that this is here. Like, so I'm just probably not going to get this thing. And that, I think A Link Between Worlds kind of mitigated some of that, which was pretty nice. But that's just to say some things I liked about that game. And like you said, its gameplay, even though it borrows a lot from A Link to the Past, which is 20 years its predecessor, like, still holds up pretty well, and it doesn't feel like tired or reused. Okay, so I mean, if it's the consensus pick that it's number 4, that's fine with me.
What do you think about those, Garrison?
I haven't played Link Between Worlds, but the complaint I always hear is that what Justin was saying with the dungeon designs, because it can't expect you to have certain items, or because you can do them in any order, the challenge is there's not much challenge, because it doesn't know how many hearts you're going to have, doesn't know how many, like, how far the game are going to be. And that seems like a drawback, but I haven't actually played it to be able to say for myself how valid that complaint is. But to me, that seems like something that would hold it back for me.
It doesn't hold it back as much as you might think, but I think it does maybe skew a little bit more towards like not being able to be quite as ambitious with the dungeons as it maybe could. Like I think some games go too far the other way of making it too guided and linear, and I think and scripted almost in a way. Whereas I think A Link Between Worlds maybe hedges just slightly on the side of like because it doesn't know what you have, it can't make it too difficult because you could be coming at it earlier or later. But I think it's very, very slight. But I think when we're at the top 4 now. I think like little things we're getting to the point where that has to stand out more.
Right.
But I mean, you know, the one thing that does stand out in Link Between Worlds' favor is like Nate was saying, he just had fun playing it, and like that's the main thing I think about when playing Link Between Worlds. Like that game was just fun from start to finish. Like like that game never felt like it had a slow moment. And especially coming after that string of games that felt like they were getting more bloated and kind of going off the rails and having filler and that kind of stuff. Like A Link Between the Worlds was a nice kind of like getting back to just letting the player play and dig into the adventure. And it's made me a lot more hopeful for the next game for sure. But I mean, regardless, like A Link Between Worlds by itself is like just fun to play from start to finish.
Right.
Yeah. I mean,
but
so do we want to just kind of like cast out votes? Like, I don't think this is going to be very contentious, but
yeah, I mean, I think that it's fine to have that at number 4. I don't know if anybody strongly disagrees with that.
I like that.
I would have a slight preference for the Wind Waker, but if nobody else does, then let's go with A Link Between Worlds.
Okay.
Honestly,
And
I like the order we have.
I was going to say, I feel like we've gotten to the point now to where Wind Waker, to me, is definitely behind Ocarina of Time and A Link to the Past. So,
yep.
I think Wind Waker at 3 is where I would put this.
Yeah, I would feel kind of odd to put that game above to the past.
Yeah, I would put Wind Waker above Link to the Past, but if I'm alone on that, then that's fine.
Would anyone else?
I would put Wind Waker above Link to the Past. I've alluded before. I don't love Link to the Past.
Yeah.
I played it a few years ago in grad school. I thought this is a fun game, but it would be solidly mid-tier, possibly bottom tier, maybe for me. But I'm also aware that like that is literally just me. I didn't play it, when it was new. I had played other 2D Zelda games first. I felt like I missed some of the experience of playing that game because of when I played it, but I just would definitely put Wind Waker above it.
To me, like A Link to the Past, like that's the game that made Zelda. Like the original had the spirit and had the dated rough edges. A Link to the Past was the one that like you look at A Link to the Past and then you look at A Link Between Worlds or A Link Between Worlds. Well, yeah, I guess that one too. But I was thinking Link's Awakening and the Oracles and Minish Cap and like basically all the other 2D ones. And like they're basically doing what A Link to the Past did. Like basically what Ocarina did for the 3D games, A Link to the Past did for the 2D games. Like it set the template, and like that's what those games have done. And like A Link to the Past was the one that and even in in a lot of ways, A Link to the Past set the template for Ocarina. Like Ocarina is kind of a 3D Link to the Past. Like they found a way to make that 3D.
Right.
Like A Link to the Past set that mold that every Zelda game since has pretty much followed. And like A Link to the Past did a few things that has been lost over the ways as well. Like people like to talk about A Link Between Worlds, you being able to do dungeons in different order. People forget you could do that in Link to the Past.
Yeah, with a couple of them, right?
Yeah, there were 4 or 5 dungeons that you could rotate the order a little bit. So like that like you could flip flop a few orders, and like they didn't give you the same freedom that A Link Between Worlds did, so that they could have like a little more ambitious puzzle design, but they had weird like flip-flop wiggle rooms in there, so that like if you found one dungeon before another, you could do it first. So it has a lot of really cool design in there, and I think A Link to the Past also has one of the most enjoyable overworlds to explore. Like there's a lot of fun secrets in there. I think it was the first one with heart pieces, because the NES ones had heart containers, I think.
Yeah, they had heart containers, but not pieces.
Yeah, but yeah, like A Link to the Past, like that's the one that like set the standard, and like I think it still did it well. Like I think if today someone who hadn't played a Zelda game went and played all the 2D ones from Link to the Past on, like back to back to back, I don't think there would be like a huge jump in quality over. Like I don't think they would be like, oh, the newer ones are clearly better. Like I don't think Link to the Past would even stand out as being that dated.
Yeah, I would not argue like, but many games below or above One Link to the Past. Like I could see maybe make an argument for like A Link Between Worlds, just because I felt like, but again, like you said, it's a testament that that game still used some of the same, even the same combat in a way, or gameplay, like felt very similar to the original. But it was streamlined and modern and fun. But yeah, I think number 2 is a good slot for A Link to the Past.
Yeah. So I want to talk about Wind Waker, because that game's great and we haven't talked about it at all.
Yeah.
The ordering we have, I have no objections with it. It's funny because I had like this huge defense prepared for Wind Waker, so I thought I was going to be like one of the lone defenders, but people liked it more than I thought.
I am a little surprised that it didn't get any more backlash, but
I think it has problems. And again, I go back and forth between that and Twilight Princess, of which I like better, but you know.
But yeah, I actually would like to talk about Wind Waker, because there are a few things. I would also like for us to talk about Ocarina as well.
Yeah, I mean, Ocarina from the start.
We don't need to talk about Ocarina.
It's funny because before we started this, I'm like, obviously Ocarina is going to be number 1, which means we're probably not going to talk about it. And that's exactly what happened. But yeah, like Wind Waker, like I love the game, the way that game looks, and I also think it might be my favorite soundtrack in the series. Like it has a really fun, like adventurous, like with a little bit of a pirate tinge, but like it fits, like that soundtrack style like fits the ocean theme so well. And like that game really, like I would say maybe next to the original Zelda, like that game encourages you just to go out and be on an adventure and like explore the overworld really, really well. Like I think it builds that stuff in so nicely. And like the look of the game, as divisive as it was at the time, like I think fits the spirit of Zelda really well and makes things very expressive. Like those characters have so much personality packed into them in a way that I don't know that any of the other games do. Like I think Wind Waker.
Mask.
I mean, just talking about the visuals, I think Wind Waker absolutely has more personality in the visuals than Majora's Mask. I think Wind Waker and Skyward Sword are the
I'll
only.
give you that.
Yeah, I think visually Wind Waker and Skyward Sword are like the 2 best looking Zeldas.
Yeah, those are definitely the 2 that I like visuals of most.
And then like for me, yeah, that main thing is just exploring that world of Wind Waker. Was just there's a magic there that I think a lot of the other Zelda games, plenty of them get close. Like Ocarina has it to a degree, Link to the Past has it to a degree, Link Between Worlds. But like, I think Wind Waker is my favorite overworld of the entire franchise. And you get to ride the King of Red Lions. It's a talking boat. Yeah, he's pretty rad. Yeah. Anyway, I just wanted to give my shout out to my love. I mean, I like where it's at, but I just wanted to, since we hadn't actually talked about it, I wanted to.
Yeah, Wind Waker is definitely very good.
I wanted to give some love to Wind Waker.
That Twilight or Triforce fishing really sucks.
That part does suck.
A lot.
Yeah.
Oh, I also like if we're talking about like the Ocarina and Wind Waker and Twilight Princess, like that style of 3D combat, like I think Wind Waker actually has the best of that.
I agree. Yeah.
Improvised weapons were great, and I wish that Zelda brought them back.
That's
I
gonna be
think Breath of the Wild,
right?
yeah.
Thank goodness.
Yeah, I think Wind Waker just does some really cool stuff. And then, of course, Link to the Past is awesome, and of course, Ocarina of Time is awesome.
Yep.
Yeah, Wind Waker is interesting. I mean, I would like to touch on the fact that, like you said, you were surprised that it's so high on the list, and I'm a tiny bit surprised as well. Just that, like, I would have definitely had it somewhere in my top half, so I'm not unhappy or arguing. It is curious because, this is a point I've raised a couple times in that Ocarina kind of cast a long shadow, and, Paul also referenced this, like, in terms of a few things, right? In terms of expectations, in terms of like story and gameplay, and like I think a lot of people didn't like Wind Waker, partly just because like it was it wasn't Ocarina, right? Like it was like very bright and sunny, like it wasn't as much of a semi-serious like story, like you had another Kid Link adventure, like some people didn't like the look and feel of it, and to be honest, if I had played it, plus people like Paul mentioned with Twilight Princess were kind of expecting like another fantasy epic type game,
and look how that turned out.
But
well, to be fair, we didn't ask for the wolf. That's the problem.
But
yeah, it's interesting because in the wake of Ocarina, you're right. Like it seemed like people were wanting another Ocarina, and instead they got Wind Waker, and like. I think Wind Waker was the smartest follow-up to Ocarina because it used a lot of the same gameplay stuff, but then the world and its look and like the story beats, like it set itself apart enough from Ocarina to like still be identifiable as a Zelda game, but also have its own take that worked. Like we didn't need another Me Too Ocarina.
I do completely agree with that.
I mean, you've seen the internet post, right, where it's like, oh, you guys wanted more Ocarina, so I made Twilight Princess. But now you like Wind Waker.
Yeah.
Wind Waker before.
Yeah.
It's like, okay, so we'll do something more like Wind Waker and make it bright. We got Skyward Sword. Oh, now you hate Skyward Sword, but you love Twilight Princess. After Breath of the Wild, maybe we will love Skyward Sword.
It's all that stuff gets really fickle, but it is weird how that stuff changes. Like I liked Wind Waker from day one, and a lot of people hated it around the general internet consensus seemed to be hating it, but like now the consensus seems to be much more positive on Wind Waker.
It has the best Ganondorf.
Yes.
Yeah.
I would say Skyward Sword has the best. I don't know if you call him Ganondorf, but has the best like.
He's pretty cool too.
Incarnation of Ganondorf. But yeah, on Wind Waker, like if I had played it right as it came out, I probably would have enjoyed it a lot less, but I actually played it a little bit spaced out from whenever it came out, and I didn't have high expectations, and I thought, oh, this is like a silly Toon/Kid Link game, and it actually was, the look and feel and combat were just really solid.
It's a cool one.
Now Ocarina.
So it's interesting to me because I feel like there's been a backlash to Ocarina in the last few years.
I think it's just one of those things where everybody agreed for so long that it was the greatest thing that people want to argue against that in some way.
And I mean, I still think that there's only a handful of games that can be talked about in the greatest game of all time argument. I mean, there's not a lot. And the fact that this game is one of those games that can be in that conversation, I mean, that's you don't get there by accident, like they took a lot of stuff that they learned from A Link to the Past, then they put it into a magical 3D box. It's like the same thing that they did with Mario 64, to be honest. They had this magic 3D box, and what came out of that box was incredible, especially when it came out, or, was it 1997 or 98 is when it came out?
Yeah, 98.
And, it did a lot of things, and that from gameplay-wise were, new and revolutionary, but also it was polished in a way that it had no business being. Think about other games that tried to make the jump to 3D. What the heck ever happened with Castlevania? Yeah, that did not go over well for
Sonic
3D
the Hedgehog, right?
Yeah, and then Sonic. I mean, like there were a lot of really popular franchises that didn't make the transition, but not only did they make the transition with Ocarina of Time, it's almost like it was the third game in the series. I mean, everything. I mean, sure, the game had its faults, but all the stuff that you would expect them to maybe have to release a couple of games to get their footing, they didn't have to do that. You know, it's like this game landed, and then bam, it's like, okay, well, they've got this entire thing figured out. Everyone pack it up, boys. We're going home. You know, this is how you make this kind of game. And the fact that they spent several games past that still sort of reaching back to make that same impact, I think just goes to show how big that was, and the fact that we're still talking about it today, you know?
So I am curious, is there anything you guys think Ocarina of Time did badly? Not even that like that later games did better, but like is there anything that Ocarina of Time just did not do well? So I'm not sure I can think of anything that I think where I'd say, that's one part where I thought it was really just. I mean, I don't like the water temple, but I don't think it's a bad temple. I just think it's because it's tedious. But
yeah, there are. I remember a few parts in there where like the frame rate slows down or something. Like there are maybe a few technical rough edges. I think. Ryan was talking about like Epona in Twilight Princess like hitching up for him. I remember that also occurring in Ocarina. Like some of the horse controls in Ocarina aren't very good. I also
horseback shooting. The horseback shooting when you have your bow and you're trying to hit targets on horseback, or you're trying to get the pose out in the field. That's probably the most frustrating part of that game to me.
Yeah, pretty much anything involving the horses, I don't think feels very good. I think some of the other mini games, like the carnival mini games in the town, probably aren't that great. The only other complaint I have is I think the actual like Hyrule Field overworld is kind of barren in a way that like I spent time exploring that overworld and never really found anything meaningful.
Right.
Like I think it was. I mean, it wasn't like too egregious, but like I don't necessarily think it has like the most magical overworld it could have had. But all of that stuff's super minor. Like But that is to answer your question. Like, yeah, I do think there are some little niggling problems with it. I don't think there's no gripes to make. But it does. But everything else it does is so spot on that, like, it definitely deserves to be up here. Mm-hmm. Like, I think it's balance of like between. I think it's balance of like the two things. Like, depending on the day, like, I might say A Link to the Past is the one I like better or the better game, but I think Ocarina of Time might have the best balance of like all of the different things it tries to do. Like I think when you take the between dungeon segments, like what you're doing there, and then the dungeons themselves, and then the way the story is presented and laid out, like I think all the different pieces mesh together in a way that maybe doesn't quite come together in the other Zeldas or video games in general. Like I think there's just a smoothness to that game's pacing that works. It's like they kind of balanced. They kind of found that fine line and balanced everything in a way that it's like one of those intangible things that it's hard to describe, but like you know it when you hit it, and they seem to find it in that game in a way that was really special.
Yeah.
Because like it's a good game.
It's a very good game. I wouldn't say I have any serious problems with anything in that game. There are little minor issues you could point out, but yeah, I think that game is incredible and well put together at pretty much every spot. So is this our list?
I think this is our list.
This is it.
And we're out of time if nothing else.
I think this is our list.
Yeah. All right. Well, I will recap. We have. That was long and trying.
There were some.
I knew it was going to be harder than Mario, and it sure enough was.
Yeah, I expected there to be some interesting conflicts, but some of the points of contention and the non-points of contention were totally unexpected.
Yeah, there were a few points of contention I was expecting that did not happen, so I'm a little surprised on those. Some of the points of contention I expected were totally there. So, but yeah, here is our we've now ranked the Zeldas, and here is our final list from the bottom up. Number 15, the worst Zelda game, which had no contention, was Spirit Tracks. 14 is Zelda 2. 13 is Phantom Hourglass. 12 is Oracle of Seasons. 11 is Oracle of Ages. 10 is The Minish Cap. 9 is Skyward Sword. 8 is the original Zelda. 7 is Majora's Mask. 6 is Twilight Princess. 5 is Link's Awakening. 4 is A Link Between Worlds. 3 is The Wind Waker. 2 is A Link to the Past. And 1 is Ocarina of Time.
So compared to
that was exhausting.
Yeah, that was long.
Any major takeaways compared to like popular Zelda ranking lists?
Most of the lists that I've seen, I feel like that the one thing that sort of sticks out is we've got Spirit Tracks at the bottom, and I was doing a little bit of googling around while you guys were talking about one of those games, Skyward Sword, and
we're having one of our 50 debates about
yeah.
The subtitle of this podcast is the Skyward Sword debate.
Yeah. But people
last stand of Skyward Sword.
Yeah. People tended to have Spirit Tracks a bit higher. Like I felt like I saw a couple of lists where it was closer to like, the 10-9 range instead of like down at the bottom. So that's really the biggest deviation that I saw from just, what my quick Googling was while
I bet the original is probably, well, that depends on how old the person making the list is, but I would guess the original is probably usually a little higher.
Old people like old games, so yeah, you definitely see that go up.
I'm glad we were able to correct the record on.
So I am curious, just real quickly, since we all have really strong feelings, what would each person say is probably their top 3 Zelda games?
Uh,
Or just top 1 or top 2 or...
So I think our top 1s are probably pretty similar. But
number 1
is anyone's number 1 not
Time.
Ocarina?
Yeah.
All right, so
is Skyward Sword.
Oh, Garrison's might be Majora's Mask.
Let me put it this way. I think Ocarina of Time is a better game. I like Majora's Mask more.
So your number 1 is Majora's Mask?
Probably, yes. But I do think Ocarina of Time is just a masterpiece and a better designed game. Just the things that Majora's Mask does well are the things that really appeal to me personally.
Interestingly to me, my number 3 could be any of a number of games, probably A Link to the Past, Link Between Worlds, Link's Awakening, or Wind Waker. I don't feel as strongly on that spot, but my number 1 and number 2 are pretty well set. But I take it. It sounds like everybody's number 1, basically Ocarina.
I think so.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, on
Garrison and Flex.
Yeah, on the day, I may say A Link to the Past, but I think on average I would lean Ocarina as my number 1. But A Link to the Past is a very close number 2.
And then is Wind Waker your number 3, Justin?
Yeah.
I think my top 3 would be Ocarina as the clear winner, and then Wind Waker and Twilight Princess as the runners-up.
Yeah, I mean, for me, it's definitely Ocarina of Time, and then Link's Awakening, and then probably A Link to the Past. But that number 3 would probably, that would change a bit depending on the day. I like Minish Cap a lot.
So what about Breath of the Wild?
Oh yeah, we forgot to mention in the
number
shout
16.
Number 16, Breath of the Wild.
Oh no.
Hopefully not. They announced or they released the teaser for the Nintendo Switch, I guess, which was formerly known as the DX.
The NX.
NX.
Sorry.
Yeah, I don't actually feel like I know anything about. I mean, obviously it was a really cool teaser, and that's cool. But give me more before I get too excited. I mean, the last couple of consoles that Nintendo's come out with, I have not been a fan of. But I will say, Breath of the Wild has my interest a lot more than the other Zelda games. The most recent ones have, mainly because I just hated the control scheme for the Wii, and then I was never going to pick up a Wii U until they gave me a reason. But now Breath of the Wild's coming out for the Switch, so I may just play it there.
Yep.
Yeah, that's actually a slight bummer for me as somebody who picked up a Wii U, is that they're kind of doing the Twilight Princess thing and like delaying development by a year. And
it just might mean that you don't have a reason to pick up a Switch at launch.
Yeah, that's...
Well, yeah, I mean, like, I like where they're going with the Switch, like, and I think it's, it seems like a pretty smart design if they get it right, but yeah, like, I will probably give it a year or two. But,
yeah. And I have a feeling, because the Switch doesn't seem, at least it doesn't appear to be, like, way more powerful than the Wii U, and, like, the control scheme between the Wii U and the Switch is going to be similar enough that, like, I bet the two versions of Breath of the Wild will be similar enough that either one you play is going to be good.
Yeah, it almost seems like the Switch is more like well, I mean, it could be a merging, but in some ways it seems like the Switch is as much a successor to the 3DS as it is to the Wii U.
Yeah.
Yeah, probably kind of both.
Yeah, they're probably kind of both. But yeah, we'll see. They haven't given a ton of details, but it's got potential. See where it goes. But I think I'm going to be getting off of here. But
yep, I think we should.
Yeah, I've got to head out as well.
Yeah, that was a lot of fun, as long and sometimes painful it may have been.
Yeah. Well played, gentlemen. I have a few bombs for a few of you, but nothing too personal.
I love you all.
And all right, guys.
I'm sure Final Fantasy will be.
Jeez.
Will be no more contentious.
Oh, the ranking of Final Fantasies. I absolutely can't wait to put Final Fantasy VII where it belongs, in the bottom bucket.
Oh, jeez.
Really?
Getting the fight
Just a
started.
preview for the next podcast.
No, we cannot do this now. I'm too tired.
All right, see you guys.
Already some surprises.
Take care.
All right, that was a lot of fun. Thanks, guys.
Bye-bye.